file. File again. Okay, let's remain standing for meditation and silent prayer. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Okay, honorable members. Okay, good morning, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, the Commissioner, I think she's here, also Mekoko, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng, le baeng ba rona bo botlhe dumelang baagi ba Gauteng. Honorable members, in terms of Section 117, subsection 1 of the Constitution, members of the Provincial Legislature have freedom of speech in the legislature, subject to its rules and orders. So, in accordance with Section 117, subsection 1A of the Constitution, members must be allowed to speak and debate freely in the House and its committees as and when recognized by the presiding officer in line with the orders of the day and the speaking list. So the Constitution and the standing rules are therefore fundamental in ensuring orderly debate and effective conduct of parliamentary business. The standing rules relating to order and debate are aimed at not limiting freedom of speech, but guiding debate in the context of freedom of speech to allow reasonable and open consideration of controversial issues. The standing rules also seek to promote the responsible exercise of the privilege of freedom of speech. Procedures imposed by the standing rules are also designed to allow this to be done in an orderly manner. Rule 77, subsection 5 provides that at the end of each speech, according to the speaking list, any member, including members who have already spoken in debate, may indicate to the presiding officer that he or she wishes to ask a question or make a remark directly related to the speech. This at the discretion of the speaker, remember? Rule 77, subsection 8 provides that the presiding officer must use his or her discretion to call on members to speak during open time. I think we have 2 members who have requested to do that, and that is subject to availability of time. I will read other rules as we go along, but I thought those were important just to make sure that the running of the meeting today is as smooth as possible. There are no announcements by members, honorable members. We don't have any MEC statements in terms of Rule 77, subsection 1. There are no member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, none. Giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, none. Apologies, I have not received any. Front desk, are there any? No, okay. So, will the Secretary please read the first order?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Motion of no confidence in the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable A.P. Lesufi, in terms of Rule 121, read with Section 141 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996.
Sorry. Honorable Member Msimang, kindly table and open the debate on the motion.
Madam Speaker, Premier Lesufi, members of the executive, members of the House, the people of Gauteng, the people of South Africa, ke a le dumedisa. On the 14th of June 2024, we voted in favor of Premier Panyaza Lesufi. And when we voted for Premier Panyaza Lesufi, we thought that the message would have sunk in. We thought that the message would have sunk in that they have lost elections and they've lost the confidence of the people of Gauteng. But we did that because we thought that they would have learned a lesson and would have wanted to then start doing things a whole lot better. But clearly, things have not gotten better, but they are moving more and more in the wrong direction. I want to put a number of things in motion as I table this motion to the House, Madam Speaker. And let me first of all read the motion and I'll get into the substance thereof. I, Honorable Solly Msimang, table the motion of no confidence in terms of Rule 121 read with Section 141 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996. I hereby give notice that I shall move that this House express its lack of confidence in the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable A.P. Lesufi, noting that this is not just about the recent disbandment of the ill-conceived crime prevention wardens, which the Democratic Alliance consistently warned the Premier about from the inception of the program. This is about a series of incompetencies, lack of accountability, corruption, and poor governance, which has resulted in a loss of confidence in the leadership of Premier and his executive. Under the leadership of Premier Panyaza Lesufi, governance has deteriorated, institutions have been weakened, and the public trust has been eroded. The Premier has been a reactive Premier instead of being an accountable one. He has actually even indeed been very much arrogant. Below are some of the many issues that have resulted in the loss of confidence in Premier Lesufi in leading this province. One, let's get on to it, the issues of the crime prevention wardens. When we started with this program, we did say to Ndate Lesufi that the issue of the Mapanyaza was one that was illegal, one that was ill-conceived, one that was a desperate move by the ANC to win votes come the 2024 local, national and provincial elections. We had said that before he made this announcement, there was not a single document that has been put together that spoke to how this was conceived or how this was going to be carried forward. What followed from there is that you would have had then a number of programs that had been budgeted for, a number of programs that had been put together.
Hold on, just hold on. Let's address the matter. What is happening, Secretary? Oh. Are they allowed to do this? Huh? No. Members, we have to call order. Honorable members. Honorable members. When do I get to use this thing? Huh? Honorable members. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, okay, honorable members, order, order, order. Honorable members, I'm going to read 2 rules to you just to remind the House of order and what needs to be done. Okay. Honorable members, Rule 6, subsection 4, reads as follows. When the presiding officer gives a ruling, he or she must consider international best practices and be guided by the purpose of these rules, previous rulings, and the established practice of the legislature. I'm making reference to previous rulings on purpose just to remind you. Rule 85, subsection 5 reads as follows. Members may not distribute any unauthorized document in the House. So I'm hoping that will have some degree of order. Okay. Honorable Msimanga, thanks for your indulgence. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We welcome the ad break that had occurred while we were giving the speech. That is fine. We want to then say, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, that we want Premier Panyaza Lesufi about the ill-conceived, ill-thought program that he was putting in place. Let me make it very, very clear that we were never against the establishment of a crime prevention unit within the Gauteng government. What we were against is the timing of it. What we were against is the manner in which it was put together. What we were against is the manner in which Premier Panyaza Lesufi, even when he was warned by the then Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, was warned then by the Minister of Justice that he continued to press on. And this has now actually then come out later on when the Auditor General, not only the Auditor General, but that is still coming, when the Public Protector said that this was an illegal act. This is actually gone beyond just the money that has been spent on the Mapanyazas themselves. This goes to the millions of rands that has been taken away from the NGOs that were supposed to be benefiting, that were supposed to be assisting the women and children that are living under vulnerable conditions. This goes to the money that has been taken from the Department of Health, that today the EFF is marching in here holding placards that says that we want the cancer machines. That goes beyond. That's just the issue of the Tembisa Hospital. What we want around this issue is to then say, Madam Speaker, that the Premier of Gauteng has failed the people of Gauteng and he has been warned. The issue of the Mapanyaza is the same issue as Life Esidimeni. The issue of the Mapanyaza, when we told them that you are putting people's lives in danger, you are putting our young people's lives in danger, he continued to then do that. But here we are today, we have an opportunity to correct that mistakes. We have, secondly, Madam Speaker, the issue around the Tembisa corruption scandal. The Special Investigation Unit revealed that numerous syndicates as well as departments officials were behind the looting of the Tembisa hospital through flagrant breaching of supply chain management policies. The report exposed that more than 2 billion rand was looted in the Tembisa hospital, where whistleblowers Babita Diokaran was assassinated for revealing the systematic corruption in the health system. And yet again, this is one of those cases that we have said, and other 177 cases, and by the way, these cases now have grown from 177 to 218 forensic investigations that we have said that Ndate Lesufi must release. And it's even now today is refusing to release those. I've written to the public protector, I've written to the information regulator, and he has been writing to the information regulator trying to hide these reports. But the time has now come for us to put all these things now to bear, and we need to get to the bottom of the forensic investigation, including that one of Tembisa, the forensic investigation, including that one of Anglo Gold Ashanti, forensic investigation, including that one of fumigating empty schools while Solotech was building a university for 300 million. They spent 427 million rand fumigating empty schools. They spent 500 million rand, going to renovate a hospital that not even a single person has ever used in that particular instance. We are saying these cannot continue to then happen, and we will not allow this to happen under our watch. We need to then also get to number 3, which is talking about the lifestyle audits. Premier Panyaza Lesufi continues to go to public and say that he's still waiting for the reports to come from the SIU. I have a letter which I've distributed to you, Madam Speaker, that speaks about the reports already been finalized and then being given to Premier Panyaza Lesufi, who has misled the public and said and lied and said to the public that he hasn't received those, is waiting on those. We know for a fact that this has been concluded. We know for a fact that this has been given to him. We know for a fact that there are people that are implicated and have failed that, and instead of releasing those, he's held on to them because he doesn't want to embarrass the party. He doesn't want to embarrass the party because he's putting his party first instead of the people of Gauteng first. What it does is to then play musical chairs, move people from this department to that department, instead of dealing with the rot that is there within the department, instead of dealing with the corruption that is there, maladministration that is there. What he's done is to play musical chairs and come out in the public and say he's doing something about it. He hasn't done anything about it. If he was serious about it, he would have released these reports. He would have told the people of Gauteng what the SIU has been saying. He would have told the people of Gauteng what is it that is going to be done to correct this matter and to make sure that we have a permanent solution to this particular problem, but he hasn't done that. The NGOs that I was talking to have not benefited, Madam Speaker, as they were supposed to be benefiting. Money that was supposed to be going towards them had gone to this to make the Premier look good before the elections. Millions of rands. I've visited NGOs in Johannesburg Central, in Tembisa, where women were supposed to have been benefiting. Women who have been raped, children who have been raped, who are now subjected again to the streets because the NGOs had to close their doors because the funding was not forthcoming. And where did the funding go? It went to fund Mapanyazas, the BMWs that they were driving around. It went to funding the personal army of Panyaza Lesufi instead of dealing with the NGO and the sectors that were really making a difference in the lives of the communities out there. I want to then talk about the issues of the cancer patients, Madam Speaker, and my colleagues will then highlight more on this thing. The Gauteng Department of Health legal stalling tactics continues to harm the cancer patients who urgently require life-saving treatments. The department has failed to spend the 784 million rand budgeted in the 2023 to provide cancer patients with life-saving treatment and cut the radiation and surgical backlogs in Gauteng. We cannot continue in this fashion, and my colleagues will mention quite a number of these issues, Madam Speaker. I want to cut them there at this point in time, but say that the people of Gauteng cannot continue to have the Premier that is more concerned about what he says in front of the cameras, but must be concerned in terms of putting systems in place that are able to serve the people of Gauteng, putting systems in place that is able to then ensure that governance is running in the manner that is supposed to be running, not ensuring that you protect those that are in the wrong, not playing musical chairs and removing people that are supposed to be fired and then hiring them somewhere else. You need to make sure that we get a government that is able to be responsive, a government that is able to then do what is right. I want to say to the other political parties, you have raised quite a number of issues before. Some of the issues are the issues that we're talking to. Whether you're talking about the issues of the Mapanyaza, whether you're talking about the issues of maladministration, whether you're talking about the issues of...
On the point of order, Madam Speaker.
Is that a point of order?
Yes, on
Yes,
Rule
please
8.9. So it's a plea that the motion becomes a motion and not a statement in politics. Because now the whole House is subjected to personal battles between Honorable Msimanga and the ANC. Can we focus on the motion at hand and not speak politics, but read what is here?
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Makwala. Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will not go into a teaching lesson to Ntate Makwala. Read the rules. The rules allows me to speak. Actually, I can keep you here until tomorrow morning. That's how I can keep you here until tomorrow morning. That's what the rules says. That's what the rule says, but I'm not going to do that. There are things, if the things that I'm saying are making you uncomfortable, then you better ask the decision that your leader has told you to then put in the house. If the leader telling you to vote in a particular way, or if your leader telling you to vote for what is right.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, this is what we want to raise, Speaker, so that we
Honorable
focus.
Makwala, I'm addressing it.
So that we focus, Speaker, and we do not degenerate this House.
Yeah,
We do not
Honorable
degenerate
Makwala,
this
I'm addressing
honorable
it.
House.
Please take your seat.
So, Honorable Msimanga must focus on the motion and not his issues between him and the ANC. But also, Speaker.
Honorable Msimanga, please take your seat.
The political games that are being played by Honorable Msimanga here are not surprising us. Should the ANC have given them 3 MECs or committees of chairpersons of committees, they were not going to be speaking about these things now. It was not going to happen what they are doing now.
Now he's debating.
Okay, honorable members, including you, Honorable Msimanga and Honorable Makwala, just hold on, let me see. Honorable members, Honorable Msimanga, I'm going to ask you to please assist us in not degenerating the House.
Yes.
I'm pleading with you. Can you were in the process of reading the motion?
Yes.
You are not yet. Okay, Lefedit. Start with yourself, Honorable Shabalala. Honorable Msimanga, you have not even resolved on the motion. Can you get to that? Yes, please do get to that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me just... You're going to need to try harder for you to be able to do that. Madam Speaker, as I was reading, that, you know, the other political parties today will have an opportunity to put whatever they would have raised during the debates of the State of the Province address. They would have an opportunity today to put whatever they would have raised as media statements that they have released a number of times before, the concerns and the fights that they would have had. Today we'll have an opportunity to put their heads on the block and say they either stand with the people of Gauteng or they stand with protecting corruption and maladministration. And therefore, this House therefore resolves that the House has lost confidence in the Premier, Panyaza Lesufi, that the Premier must be removed as stipulated in Section 130.3 of the Constitution of Office ability to perform the functions of the office. I so submit. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, honorable members, I now call on Honorable Makhubela for the debate. Honorable Makhubela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me greet the provincial coordinator of the ANC in the gallery and the leadership of all parties that are represented here in the legislature who are prepared to make sure that the government of provincial unity is able to continue to deliver services. Madam Speaker, we firmly reject this frivolous motion of no confidence and everything the Democratic Alliance represents. And that's why we refused to be in government with them. And that's why we refused in our discussions with them to be in a grand coalition with them. Because we were not going to allow ourselves to be in government with people who had brought Tshwane to its knees. People who created the government of, people who assembled the government of bodybuilders, of unqualified whites, and of people who were not suitable to lead government. I wish Member Moriarty was here. I was going to remind him that he is the one who brought General Sibiya from suspension and appointed him in Johannesburg. Sibiya, who says to us that immediately means not now. It means something else. It was the very same government and party of the DA that bought Sibiya. It was the very same party of the DA that bought a grabber for Sibiya so that he can work with criminal cartels, to listen to people, to listen to the enemies of the DA and to actually work against them. Madam Speaker, during the 2010 World Cup, there were voices of racists that worked very hard to sabotage the World Cup from being hosted in this country. And those voices have emerged. They are working tirelessly to ensure that the G20 does not sit. And the DA is part of that. And that's why they filed this motion of no confidence on the Premier, so that they create chaos, so that there is no government in Gauteng when nations of the world come and to converge here in our province. And that's why the African National Congress will not support this motion. The Premier, building on those who came before him, as announced, has just received a clean audit in his office. Clean audit. This is the 13th consecutive clean audit. This milestone, Madam Speaker, marked 12 consecutive years of clean audits, a rare and distinguished record that reaffirms the Premier's office as the administrative anchor of a capable, ethical, and developmental state. I want to state it here that the standard of truth has been erected, that there is no unhallowed racist hand that can stop the work led by Premier Panyaza Lesufi and his collective from progressing. Prosecutions may rage, racists may combine, enemies of progress may assemble, ambitious potholes through motions of no confidence may defame, but the work of the government capably led by Premier Lesufi will go forth boldly, nobly, and independently till it has penetrated every township in our province, visited every informal settlement, swept every farm and suburb, and sounded in every ear, including the ears of racists, till the purposes of the Gauteng government of provincial unity are accomplished. You cannot, let me quote, you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. In this case, it comes from non-conformity, the courage to turn your backs on all formulas, the courage to reinvent the future. It took the madmen of yesterday for us to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. We must dare to reinvent the future. So said Thomas Sankara. Premier Lesufi, you are the madman of our time. You refused when people were dying in Gauteng that you wanted to conform to all formulas. You refused to continue to using all formulas to confront the criminal cartels as evidence in the Madlanga Commission. You came with new ideas to confront these particular criminals. The DA insulted these 9,000 crime wardens from inception. They called their uniform a PEP uniform, cheap uniform. These were men and women who were transplanted from CPF. These were men and women who were taken from the streets of our townships fighting crime already, and they were brought into the Gauteng government to fight this particular crime. You qualify to be called the madman of today. And Honorable Speaker, all of us in this House, we owe you an apology. In fact, we owe your entire executive an apology, because we have become a legislature of only doing two things: debating motions and passing money bills. And yet we call ourselves lawmakers. What laws are we passing? Because laws are supposed to respond to the challenges of the day. The public protector found nothing wrong in terms of the ideas that the Premier came with. The public protector found nothing wrong. But because we are not coming into the House to bring amendments to all laws, we can't fight the problems of South Africa, the problems of Gauteng, using a 1994 constitution. All parties that are united in the Gauteng government of provincial unit, we need to come together and study all the laws and help the executive to be inventive, to be innovative, and to work in terms of the law. People every day in our province, including illegal foreigners, go and occupy land, and we can't do anything to them, because the law says that if you take them out, you must give them alternative accommodation. The Premier, while serving as MEC of Education, took illegal foreigners to court all the way to the Apex Court, because we refuse that their children must be registered in our schools because they are undocumented. But the law found against them. It is us who failed to sit down and say, let's amend these laws, because the judiciary makes judgments on the basis of the laws that are passed. But because we are sleeping on our duty as members of the legislature, as lawmakers, we are not doing anything to pass laws. We are here to assemble to deal with frivolous motions of no confidence, to be subjected to the walking billboard called Jack Bloom, who is obsessed about finding fault. Who is obsessed about finding fault in everything that is done in health. You speak about cancer patients as if these cancer patients who perished and passed on are only DA members. Some of our own people even passed away. But MEC Nomantung Komoraleho has decisively responded to those challenges. Your motion will not pass because parties represented in this House will reject it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have had 7 premiers in this province. I was here for all of them. They were all from the same political party, and none of them finished a full terms. They all came in promising a sweeping change. In the case of Nomvula Mokonyane, she called for a Kusheshwa campaign, remember that one, to speed things up. When David Makura became Premier, he obviously didn't think much of what she had achieved, so he used the word radical 29 times in his opening address. But in his last address, he didn't use the word at all. What does that tell you? Honourable Premier, when you came in, you ditched Makura's flagship TSEPO 1 million project in favour of your own schemes, which have now got you into trouble. But you didn't think to change the one department that has been an albatross to every single premier in this province. This is the Gauteng Health Department. It desperately needs ethical and competent top leadership, but you rushed to appoint Mr. Leseba Malatana as the new head of department even before forming your minority coalition government. It was a secret appointment that was only announced publicly after 2 months. You know, it seems like you were anxious to appoint him quickly in case another political party might come to control this department. You did this even though the SIU is investigating him and 2 other officials for allegedly participating in a 10 million rand bribe to influence tenders. Honourable Premier, you chose to ignore this SIU investigation when you appoint him as head of department. And you defended him repeatedly when I challenged you on this in this House. When I asked in this House about the SIU investigation to the bribery allegations, you said you would wait for the final report when you well know that these reports take an inordinately long time. It was obvious, absolutely obvious, that Mr. Malatana was a high-risk person to have in charge of a department notorious for corruption scandals. And I want to say today, Honourable Premier, it's a terrible blot on your record that he was acting and permanent head of this department for more than 2 years. What do you think he got up to during these 2 years and in all his previous years in senior positions in the department? And I also want to say there's a direct link to the Tembisa Hospital corruption that you deliberately chose to overlook. Yes. The public protector criticised Mr. Malatana in a report for the irregular appointment of Dr. Ashley Matunzi as the CEO of Tembisa Hospital. They said he ignored, quote, material discrepancies and rubber-stamped Matunzi's appointment. Now, we know from the SIU interim report that the bulk of the looting of more than 2 billion rand from Tembisa Hospital took place when Matunzi was the hospital's CEO. Now, Mr. Matunzi died before the finalisation of the disciplinary action against him, but Chief Financial Officer Lerato Maggio was allowed to resign after being suspended for 2 years with full pay. She left last year with her full pension and 3 million rand paid to her during her period of suspension. Now recall that Mrs. Maggio was the CFO that Babita Deokaran reported her misgivings about 850 million rand suspect payments to fake companies. She asked for a forensic investigation and the freezing of 104 million rand in payments. Now listen to this. Babita sent her this chilling message. Morning CFO, I'm just worried that the guys in Tembisa are going to realize we are not releasing their payments and know that we are onto something. Our lives could be in danger. Ms. Maggio initially froze the payments, but you know what? After Babita's murder, she released them. She also failed to do the forensic investigation. This cover-up would have succeeded if it wasn't for Jeff Wicks, who reported on what he found in Babita's laptop and cell phone. So this department, under your premiership, on your premier, allowed Maggio to walk away. And I see a pattern here. There's a pattern here. It's a pattern of big talk about fighting corruption, but the big fish are protected. Action is taken against the smaller players, but the top people who could implicate others are let off. Look, everywhere you look, this department is awash with corruption. And this corruption will continue so long as you refuse to do the wholesale clear out of corrupt people at all levels. Now, Honourable Premier, the former Premier David Makura will have to live forever on his conscience with the moral stain of the 144 mental health patients who died in the Life Esidimeni tragedy. Honourable Premier, the cancer treatment crisis should also be on your conscience. The Gauteng High Court has rebuked the department twice, not once, twice, for failing to provide urgently needed radiation treatment for thousands of cancer patients. They found this to be, quote, unlawful and unconstitutional. And scandalously, 250 million rand budgeted for radiation treatment was not spent, and it was just simply returned to Treasury. Now, the chief whip of the ruling party says this is a frivolous motion. Can you really call frivolous the issues that we have raised today, including the cancer treatment crisis? And he even says his own premier is a madman. Now, I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not going to make the diagnosis, but when the chief whip calls his premier a madman, maybe we should have it examined. Maybe we should do a referral. I'm not qualified to give a referral. I'm not a medical doctor, but I think it's a strong term to use about your political leader. But, Madam Speaker, in other democracies, people would resign in shame or be fired after a severe court rebuke, a corruption scandal, or failure to prevent affordable deaths. But not in this province. There's a culture of impunity here. So we call on every party in this House to support the motion of no confidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bloom. Honourable Masoleng. Honourable Masoleng, I got a message that you are replacing Honourable Maloka? Oh,
yes,
Honourable Kom. It's fine.
Speaker,
proceed.
Thank you very much. I just want to indicate that I'll be taking the split minutes, so it will be 10 minutes. I'll be speaking at once. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the economic freedom fighters, we sit here today completely vindicated by the fact that despite our countless warnings to this administration, the marriage that entered into by the DA and the ANC at the altar compromise is collapsing to the detriment of the functionality of this province. The people of Gauteng will not be fooled. It is not the prudence of the DA that has brought us here, neither it is because the sponsors of this motion of no confidence have the best interests of the residents of Gauteng at heart. It is simply because the unholy alliance of liberal opportunism between the DA and the ANC is crumbling apart. But, Madam Speaker, we must ask ourselves, why is the unholy alliance failing apart? It is because in the face of grave challenges at almost every level of existence in Gauteng, the ANC has continued to lull the masses of our people with quick fix solutions and sustainable programs and economic policies that both intangible and are always titled towards private capital and more than immediate needs of our people. This is the same administration that has for the months bragged about the success of an abstract investment agenda. It is the same administration that has went onto the screens of our people to report on the state of readiness of the G20 summit that the people of Gauteng neither asked for nor need. Yes, Madam Speaker, we confidently believe that the so-called investment strategy of this administration does not more to take members of the executive look good and busy, whereas the experience on the ground is that of all unchanging socio-economic realities. If one was indeed to ask what the Premier has done in the last 315 days of this year, you are mostly likely to be met with the selfish Twitter posts rather than tangible indicators of the growth and progress. In the last 2 financial years, this province has recorded a growth of less than 0.8. Unemployment has increased at almost 2-fold, and the most sustainable strategy for jobs has been rebranded EPWP that has fallen flatly in the face of the Premier. Gauteng province has since the time of Panyaza Lesufi administration failed to robustly reindustrialize instead of magnitude of job has been lost since the Premier have assumed the offices. In the very few special economic zones that have been established, the appreciation is given to ability of municipality to collect higher rates and taxes as opposed to actual job creation. We will never stop highlighting that the desperate attempt to create jobs through the Gauteng crime prevention wardens, who later became Gauteng traffic wardens, was merely a pathetic smoke screen. The youth of this province remain highly unskilled because there exist no programs to equip them with the actual skills that market-related and carry industrial-related value. To this date, this province has not shifted any closer towards energy independence, as we are confidently promised by the Premier in several states of the province address. Even in the township of Amarasta, a solar microgrid model in Alexander that has been held by the Premier as a flagship project now has become all but obsolete due to inadequate planning focus. In fact, Madam Speaker, Amarasta will remain the go-to project of the reference for Premier in as far as energy reliability and independence is concerned, because the PR nature of the administration has always been to amplify one small project as loud as possible to give impression of progress. Madam Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we are not interested in the perception of progress. As economic freedom fighters, we understand the real and tangible progress, what our people need. In as far as promises of rapid land release programs go, it is clearly land that the Premier carries around in his pocket that has been released, because to date, 200 million Gauteng residents remain trapped in housing backlog. No noticeable changes occurred in the housing backlog, yet we are told that the rapid land release program is in place. It is both shameful and worrisome that in a space of 2 months, shopping malls complexes springs up all across the provinces, but over 20 years, this government cannot properly allocate land for a very dissolute and dispossessed masses of our people. Meanwhile, communities like Rivali, Kagiso, Pinono, Westbury, and Begastal has become a combat zone where criminal syndicates rule with impunity. Community policing forums are attacked, police stations have no vehicles, no personnel, no equipment, dockets pile up to tombstones. Madam Speaker, as we close, we must also stress we will not allow the legislature to be used as a platform for DA to perform bitter trading and exchange of patronage between them and their genuine partners. This very same DA that today wants to transform the legislature into a liberal background could have easily summoned the ANC to Nkululeko House, not waste our time and energy of our people in this province. The people of Gauteng must also know that not only is disingenuous of the DA to call for this motion, it's also a logical contradiction. Because the very same DA that wishes to call out the ANC today has successfully run the city of Tshwane into the ground. After governing there 8 years, it is the same DA that in the city of Ekurhuleni ushered in a very questionable manner the entrance of a syndicate related to cronies like Cat Matla. It is the same DA that disinvested in the water infrastructure of the city of Johannesburg, contributing to the current water crisis that is faced today. As such, there's no DA that can behave and present itself as an arbiter of moral and political correctness. In conclusion, it must be said that economic freedom fighters remains only solution to the needs of the people of Gauteng. We firmly reiterate that three most important interventions that must take place without fail in order to save this province remain. Firstly, the prioritization of the sustainable job creation through mass reindustrialization. Secondly, a radical targeted land redistribution housing program. Thirdly, the urgent establishment of new electricity generating capacity through the introduction and strengthening of the state-owned electricity infrastructure and value chains reflected in the manifesto of the economic freedom fighters. Madam Speaker, there's no motion sponsored by Stellenbosch, concocted by Donald Trump that will find expression. We want our land and jobs now.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Koma. Honorable Nkani.
Honorable Premier, I greet you, Honorable Speaker, members of the House. As Umkhonto we stand firm and unequivocal opposition to this fabulous and opportunistic motion of no confidence tabled by the DA. Who is DA? DA is a party formed in 1999 by racist white oppositions to unite and make indoors to black communities. That is DA. So those inroads, they have captured members like Msima. So it's a party that is not having a position of serving the people of South Africa. DA, it's a party that supports apartheid. It's a liberal party of the right wing that will never and is not even thinking of changing the lives of the people of South Africa. The DA has presented these motions citing the establishment of Amapanyapanya, the crime prevention wardens program, as a justification of Premier alleged failure of leadership. The crime in Western Cape. The crime is reducing in Gauteng. Especially the rate of murder has reduced in Gauteng. It's because you are not staying in townships. You don't know anything of crime that you created, the gangsters that you have created during apartheid in this country. You created many gangsters, and even the sentencing of a black person was a short sentence during your era. A murderer will go to jail for 1 year and got a redemption of 6 months. Because you are not thinking and you don't understand the situation that you are faced on. You understand nothing for the poor. So, your tremendous and hypocrisy of DA astonishing in 2024, 14 June, DA member Moriarty, I can see she is a runaway Mustudeni. Okay, yeah. Member Moriarty.
No, we are not sure.
Nominated the Premier of Gauteng. Unopposed. Member Nkani nominated the Speaker of Gauteng. Unopposed. The Deputy Speaker of Gauteng was nominated Honorable Ntseki, a member of DA. And on the 14th, we went outside, all of us were shaking hands. When member Msimang went on to say he demands a certain position, and he was never given that position. A jealous DA, an apartheid DA, decided to withdraw Ntseki, Honorable Ntseki, from the position and decided to be an opposition. So it is not our fault that you are supporting the Pala president. It is not our fault that we are not participating in an ad hoc committee. We are sitting in the committee and we are quiet, as if nothing has happened. So, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we will continue our mission of uniting the left forces, the progressive forces of the left, and make sure come 2026, the TA will never see the light. There's a king, there's an African king. That king has ordered one day, Bulala Batagat.
Speaker. On Rule
Honorable
89,
Nkani, there's a point of order. Honorable Nkani, can you please take your seat? There's a point of order. Your time is paused.
With respect to Speaker, on Rule 89, the EFF caucus is interested in listening to what the left forces are saying. Can he not be disturbed, because we are pretty much interested in what he wants to speak of?
Okay, sustained. It's sustained. Honorable Nkani. Honorable members, Chair, honorable members. Honorable members. Yeah. Okay.
There's
Honorable
an
Nkani, proceed.
African king that says Bulala Batagat. I love the word, because someone must not see the light at the end of the tunnel. And that person is DA. Because you don't have any mission in this country. Your mission is to make inroads to black people. For what? There's nothing. So, Member Shabalala is part of the inroads. Yeah, so, some people like Member Shabalala, Member Msimang, I don't know ngoba mina ngiyaphatha ngeweekend ngizobe ngiphatha. Angazi maniphatha niyobe nithini. Niyobe nibiza ombani bani. Because amadlozi wenu akusawa la. Are somewhere. Your ancestors are belonging somewhere. So we'll continue to say this constitution, the constitution that you are saying is the best constitution, the constitution that is blinding you to come to this decision of this motion, is this constitution that you are saying is wrong and is not serving the people of South Africa. So as the left forces will unite and make sure that we change this constitution of this country. Will unite and make sure the right wing does not realize the next day. So it is today where we'll say Bulala Batarati, is this day where we'll say, Wakwazum Kont, Bakwazem Kont, Wakwazum Kont, Bakwazem Kont, Wakwazum Kont, Bakwazem Kont, Wakwazum Kont, Bakwazem Kont, Wakwazum Kont. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mekwe. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Kikopa lutlwella nengi. Honorable Mekwe, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable members of this August House, our revolutionary premier of the glorious Gauteng province, the people of Gauteng, I bring to you heartfelt and revolutionary greetings to all of you from the biggest and glorious liberation movement of South Africa, which is the ANC. Today, this House is compelled to debate a motion that is not even in line with the provisions of the rules and is too clouded and full of confusion. Nonetheless, in the interest of transparency and accountability, we will engage on it. Let me state upfront that the ANC does not support this motion in defense of the liberation because many shed their blood for us to be free. The public protector did not find the premier of any corruption and mismanagement of funds. And Honorable Solly Msimang, you are lying under oath. The PP did not talk about the local government elections in her ruling. The Speaker should therefore help us in terms of the rule for this lie. You must follow through because you lied in the House, Honorable Msimang. The public protector recommended that the Premier should repurpose the Gauteng traffic wardens into the Gauteng traffic police. The Premier has reported that he is going to comply within the stipulated time frame. The job creation aspects of about 8,200 young people, including the Gauteng traffic wardens, reminds me of the day when Mama Mahlangu visited her son in the gallows. Solomon told her mom that he is happy that his mother was strong and visited him and never shed a tear. He was confident that the Solomon Mahlangus would grow to prove his innocence. With this program called Gauteng Traffic Wardens, the Solomon Mahlangus have grown and will continue to multiply. Continue with this great work, Premier, and OCPOL will continue to monitor the implementation of this revolutionary program. We also think that this motion seeks to destabilize the functionality of the provincial government of unity. The DA is not happy to see that the PGU is working for the citizens of Gauteng. They are jealous of seeing the PGU working. This motion is politically motivated, does not have any interest of the people of this province. It is also not grounded as it has personal and political motives. It does not also give any credible governance alternative. It will not even lead to service delivery. The DA pretends to be a champion of anti-corruption and transformation. It is the ANC government that championed and passed all the anti-corruption legislation that includes the Constitution of 1996, the Public Service Act of 1994, which has no clause requiring public release of audit lifestyle audits before completing the process. The Public Service Regulation 22 of 2016 also prevents the premature disclosure of audit findings. The Guide to Implement Lifestyle Audits in the Public Service 2021 states that lifestyle audits involve sensitive personal and financial data. Disclosure is only recommended after verification and conclusion to avoid prejudice in investigations or violation of privacy rights. Therefore, disclosure of publication is not a breach, but reports become public after SIU complete audits and the Premier's office finalizes actions to be taken. An inconclusive audit does not automatically lead to dismissal or sanction, but those officials who fail the audit should remain under heightened risk monitoring by the Ethics Committee and the Risk Management Unit, as an inconclusive audit does not automatically lead to dismissal or sanction. It should result in restricted sensitive roles like procurement, temporary suspension if risks are high, and continuous investigations should actually continue. The matter will not close until internal investigation is concluded, like in the case of these Gauteng officials. In its 50th Congress, the ANC noted that corruption leads to losses in efficiency, opportunities, and to increase production costs. The conference further noted that corruption adversely affects development, leads to poverty being more prevalent. The ANC was, is, and will always be against any form of corruption. The organization has been consistent throughout in its resolutions against corruption. It is in the interest of not only the ANC, but all the citizens of this country that we build a culture of integrity and accountability. That the ANC-led government under the leadership of Premier Lesufi has prioritized combating corruption and promoting transparency is enough testament to our commitment to ethical governance. Honourable members, that the DA wants to determine how and when the Premier must release forensic reports is nothing short of displaying politics of desperation and populism premised on white supremacy tendencies and disregard of the processes that should be followed when handling issues of such nature. The Premier, together with his executive, will not flout the laws and engage in illegal actions to satisfy a political party controlled by political bankruptcy. This motion is nothing but evidence that the DA will stop at nothing, even if it means peddling lies and disinformation to maintain the legacy of apartheid and their racist interests. Indeed, the African proverb made by famous author Chinua Achebe, that, I quote, that the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. It is proven to be true in this particular case. It is a known fact that the Premier, throughout his tenure, has continuously accounted to the legislature as an oversight body. The Premier has appeared before the Oversight Committee of the Premier's Office and the Legislature, OCPOL, and the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, to account on various issues, including the outcome of the forensic investigations reports previously submitted to Chapter 9 institutions, the Special Investigating Unit, the National Prosecuting Authority, and the Public Service Commission. It is appointing that the DA is very selective and economical with the truth. The party intentionally do not acknowledge any of this while it is represented in the standing committees by Honourable Msimang. It is known that in August 2023, the Premier requested the SIU to conduct lifestyle audits for the DG as well as the head of departments, the chief executive officers of the Gauteng provincial government entities, a process that was finalized with the SIU submitting report in August 2024. The Premier also requested that the SIU on 30th of August 2024 to conduct lifestyle audits for the officials within the SAM and finance units in GPG departments. This process is in progress. This information is available to all members of the legislature, including members of the DA. The DA has never had the interest of the majority of the people of this country, and where it governs, it prioritizes needs of affluent suburbs while ignoring the needs of the townships. We are reminded of the interference and instructions that the then DA mayor would not allocate resources meant for the service delivery in the African communities. This also happened when 130 workers in the city of Johannesburg was unceremoniously and illegally fired, as the DA felt it was a waste of money and what is illegal to appoint them. Thanks to the High Court who reversed that action.
Honourable
so
Mekwe?
what used to be a very clean and developing
Honourable
suburb.
Mekwe, it's time.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mekwe.
Speaker,
Honourable.
thank you. I rise
Waters?
on a point of order, Rule 89.
Yeah.
The Honourable Mekwe. I'm talking to the Speaker, not to you. And your voice also irritates me, quite frankly.
Your point of order? Your point of order, Honourable Mufiko, just hold on.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the previous Speaker on the floor stated that the Honourable Nsimang had lied to this House. And I say that in order, that's a breach of the rules and she ought to withdraw that statement. What the Honourable Member ought to have done is raised a point of order during the Honourable Member's speech, and failing which you can submit a substantive motion. You can submit a substantive motion to the House. You have cast aspersions on the Honourable Member, and the word lie needs to be retracted.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Honourable
Bopala,
Speaker,
is it a point of order
thank
as
you
well?
very much, Speaker.
Honourable members, I really need to hear the point of orders. Proceed.
I'm just worried about the black outside and the white inside that is next to me, continuously making unnecessary mistakes. But the point of order on 89, Speaker, it's on the member who just raised now and called the honourable member, the Honourable Mekwe, to call for it to withdraw. The point of order is that the member has said to the member of the ANC that she irritates him. And that is racism. That is what we've been subjected to since by this white supremacy. And this member must be called to withdraw that racism. That we as black people, we irritate white people, it's racism.
Honourable members, I will listen to Hansard and bring the ruling back to the House in the next sitting. Okay, let's proceed. Honourable, who's next? Ncheke?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak in support of the motion of no confidence in Premier Panyaza Lesufi, not out of politics, but out of my duty and oath taken before the people of Gauteng. Because under his leadership, Gauteng has not only failed to protect the most vulnerable, it has actively betrayed them. The Department of Social Development particularly, which should be the heart of compassion in this province, has become the center of corruption, chaos and collapse. Let me start by thanking the whistleblowers who have come forward, those brave human beings who continue to risk everything to expose the truth. They are the real heroes. When Premier Lesufi first took office as Premier, he promised a war on drugs. The public believed that finally help was coming. A hotline was advertised and thousands of desperate Gauteng residents called in, pleading for rehabilitation. And yet, years later, what do we have to show for it? Today, we see a shiny political launch called Twada, while the people on the 2023 waiting lists remain forgotten. Speaker, this is not leadership. This is a public relations over public service. Then came April 2023, a month the NPO sector will never forget. Instead of receiving their long-awaited first tranche of funding, NPOs were told 2 weeks into the financial year that they will no longer be funded at all. Overnight, older persons' homes, centers for persons with disabilities, and children's shelters face closure. Other heroes are the workers and volunteers in NPOs that kept going but used their last savings to stay afloat, struggling to pay rent and transport to get to work as salaries were stopped being paid, but staying committed to serving the vulnerable. Eventually, those who had committed to care for the vulnerable were forced to picket outside the social development regional and provincial offices with placards screaming, "Mbali must fall, Panyaza must fall." 2023, that was the year of reprioritization, a year when the vulnerable was sacrificed. Under immense public pressure, the Premier and his MEC finally reversed this decision, but by then, the damage was irreversible. As MPOs tried to recover, another scandal erupted. The adjudication process in November that began late was riddled with irregularities. On closing day, the deadline was extended and NPOs were told to submit documents to the Department of Agriculture. Why? And what does agriculture have to do with social development? The answer, Speaker, is nothing. Meanwhile, the Premier's Nasispani project brought in thousands of youth brigades who were unqualified for social development work to vet NPOs. Professional social workers were sidelines. The result? No credible adjudication report, just chaos and confusion. Gauteng Audit Services investigated. The report confirmed the disaster, yet no one has been held accountable. The youth brigades continue to operate in Gauteng Department of Social Development, and some were found not even in the province. I remember raising it in this very house when Mayor Mazibuko admitted that she would teach them to use the leave policy when I told her some of them were not even in the province. And when asked what those youth brigades were doing, the answer was household profiling. I said it then and I repeat it now. That sounds dangerously like door-to-door campaigning for the ANC, not service delivery to the people of Gauteng. The Auditor General has since confirmed that Nasisipani was an unfunded mandate. Read the annual report, diverting resources away from critical programs and essential staff, yet still not a single person has been held accountable. Then came the parallel food bank scandal. Food banks contracted and paid to store and distribute relief items had empty shelves while communities went hungry in December 2023. When the Oversight Committee visited the West Rand, food miraculously arrived everywhere except in the West Rand. Only after we left did the deliveries arrive. Deceitful. Gauteng Audit Services again found wrongdoing. Once again, no consequences. The department has failed to implement the recommendations of the BDO and Bowman's forensic report of the 218 mentioned by Member Msimang, which call for criminal charges against implicated officials. Instead, it says the department keep commissioning legal opinions at taxpayers' expense to protect the guilty. The Auditor General has now flagged this as a deliberate obstruction. Speaker, under Premier Lesufi's watch, the Department of Social Development has become a case study in failed leadership. He has watched the vulnerable people suffer as social workers were replaced by political foot soldiers, as the forensic reports gathered dust instead of delivering justice. He watched and did nothing. Leadership is about doing what is right, even when no one is looking. Consequence management, acting against those who do wrong and fail in ethical conduct. It's about protecting the vulnerable. On every one of these tests, Premier Lesufi, you failed. This motion of no confidence is not about politics. It is a principle. It is about restoring integrity to governance and ensuring that Gauteng's government serves people, not politicians, as per our oath of office. Premier Lesufi lost the confidence of the people of Gauteng. Their 2024 voting told us. Today, as per the NPOs, let him fall. And I say, the Zondo Commission asked us, what did you do to prevent corruption? What did you do using all the parliamentary processes available to you? And today I commend Member Msimang to say this is one parliamentary process. We are using it to expose the failures of this government and the failures of Premier Lesufi. In closing, Honourable Speaker, if I can just educate this House. The late Dean Smith from the Democratic Alliance was a major contributor to the writing of the Constitution of South Africa.
Your time is up. Honourable,
Thank you.
Honourable Mcheke, time is up. Thank you.
Your brother is a member of the ANC.
Educating us.
Honourable Ngobeni.
Please, man. Take us serious.
You can't educate us.
Honourable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today we meet under the weight of serious constitutional development, the Public Protector Report number 21 of 2025-2026, which found Premier Panyaza Lesufi's Crime Prevention Wardens Program to be unlawful, irregular, and unconstitutional. But before I get into the details, Speaker, let me begin by stating Action SA's position with absolute clarity. Honourable Speaker, this motion cannot remove the Premier. The numbers simply do not allow it. What it will do, because it's actually very politically illiterate, it will give the Premier and the ANC an undeserved victory lap, allowing them to act vindicated in the face of a damning Public Protector's report. Action SA will not strengthen the Premiers politically by participating in a motion designed for headlines, not for outcomes. The question will be, what is possible? And what Action SA has already initiated is a binding constitutional accountability. What do we mean by that? The Public Protector found that the Premier violated Section 41, subsection 1, subsection F and G of the Constitution. And in terms of Section 182, subsection 1 and C, the remedial action is binding unless set aside by the court of law. Therefore, Action SA has tabled a legislative oversight motion compelling the implementation of the remedial findings. It has moved for committee summons through OCPOL and Community Safety Committee and has ensured that the Premier must report within 30 days and fully comply within 180 days. This is accountability, Premier, with consequences, not political performance. And let us be clear, opposing this motion does not protect the Premier. It protects the credibility and the seriousness of this legislature oversight role. Honourable Speaker, let me remind this House, Action SA raised an alarm about this program back in 2023. We referred it to the SIU, to the South African Human Rights Commission, long before others cared to notice. We opposed this illegality long before others found the courage to speak, and long before Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi confirmed our concerns at the ad hoc committee in Parliament. We opposed it before it was fashionable to do so. Let me be honest, many of us agree with the diagnosis that says the ANC has failed in Gauteng. That is why we fought them in 2024. That is why we confront them in each and every by-election. That is why we push them back in municipalities and why we will challenge them nationally. But the DA has a problem. They voted for Premier Lesufi. The Honourable Mike Moriarty is not here, but he stood proudly and seconded his nomination. Now they seek to recruit us into the motion crafted to suit their own political disappointment. This motion is not driven by principle. It's driven by inconsistency, opportunism, and a desire to rewrite their role in Premier Lesufi's rise. Honourable Speaker, South Africans will remember that the DA sold its voters a story that joining hands with the ANC in the GNU was the only way to avert supposed doomsday under the EFF and MK. But the true doomsday is unfolding under President Cyril Ramaphosa's own GNU, with the DA seated comfortably in cabinet committees while the country collapses around them. Under this GNU, unemployment continued to rise. Under this GNU, in the first quarter of this year, unemployment climbed to 32.9%, and by the second quarter, it rose again to 32.2%. Youth unemployment remains about 60%, condemning generation to economic exclusion. Our productive sectors are shrinking. Manufacturing output fell by more than 6% in April. Business confidence has slumped. Private sector activity fell back into contraction in October. Companies are expanding and investing and not hiring. Foreign investors are fleeing under this GNU. Between October last year and June this year, South Africa lost more than $3.7 billion in equity outflows. Moody's has warned that collapsing investment levels threaten our credit rating prospects. Even the Reserve Bank warns that we could lose 100,000 jobs simply because the economy is too weak. This is happening under the DA and ANC GNU. And while this decay unfolds, Madlanga Commission is exposing criminal networks entrenched within the state, allowing our institutions meant to protect citizens. Where is the DA's outrage in the GNU? Where are their emotions in the GNU? Where are their consistency? There's none. Why? Because in the GNU they are eating. They are scrambling. They are scrambling for ministerial position with poor Honourable Dion George as the latest casualty. They are silent where accountability is needed, yet loud where convenience allows it. Honourable Speaker, Action SA has been consistent. We opposed the crime wardens when others applauded them. We went to the SIU when others looked away. We upheld the Constitution while others counted on committee seats. It must be clear that Action SA is not captured. We are independent. We do not trade principle for cabinet seats. And we refuse to be guided by political convenience. Honourable Speaker, this motion risks strengthening the Premiers politically at the very moment he faces binding constitutional findings. It is because the leader of the DA has failed to get numbers behind these motions and continues to even embarrass himself right here in the legislature. We will not hand the DA the credibility that he doesn't deserve. We will hold the Premier accountable properly, lawfully, relentlessly, not through a theatre.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Fuchs.
Sorry, Chief. Madam Speaker.
But yes, Honorable
Please,
Ngobeni. Just hold on, Honorable Fuchs.
I rise on Rule 77. I want to pose a question to Honorable Ngobeni.
Which
Are you,
one?
Honorable Ngobeni, are you willing to take a question? Yeah, he is.
No. Rule 77,
Oh, me.
Rule
Okay.
77 says the one that has just asked a
Yes,
question.
yes. Please.
Honorable Ngobeni, we hear that the submission of this motion is a heroic deed. That is what Honorable Tsakhe has said. But is it true? Is that true? When in Tshwane, the ANC, the DA-led government amassed about 6.7 billion in ESCOM debt, that led to audit findings. Can you also elaborate as to what is it that the local unit is doing to actually reverse that at the moment? Thank you.
Honorable Ngobeni.
Yeah, Speaker, what it demonstrates is that there is total inconsistency in the DA. There's a whole lot of hypocrisy that is happening. The DA was in government in Tshwane for more than 10 years. They failed totally to make sure that that municipality succeeds. They failed to pay the ESCOM debt. There's a mayor, there's a candidate mayor that's going around campaigning, trying to look for loopholes in the administration of Dr. Moyo. What is happening is that Dr. Moyo continuously proves them wrong, continuously delivers on what the people of Tshwane are asking for. And that is why we think the DA in Gauteng has totally failed. They don't know whether they're going right or left. Since that political arrangement failed of getting them into government, they have been headless. They don't know whether they're going right or wrong. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable Fuchs.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, we have an important decision to make today about the quality of governance in this province. A moment where we must decide whether Gauteng will continue to sink under the weight of arrogance, deceit, corruption and mismanagement, or whether we will reclaim the integrity of governance that our citizens deserve. As a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, I have witnessed line by line the financial and institutional carnage left in the wake of Premier Panyaza Lesufi's administration. Behind the glossy press conferences, public bravado and hollow slogans lies a truth as grim as it is undeniable. This Premier is not fit for purpose. Let's speak plainly. This is a man who has covered up corruption by refusing to release forensic reports that the public has a right to see. When the people cry out for transparency, he responds with secrecy. When the legislature demands accountability, he hides behind external entities and excuses. That is not leadership, that is complicity. With his participation, 500 million was poured into the refurbishment of the Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital, a so-called state-of-the-art facility that today stands abandoned, a monument to criminal negligence and waste. R500 million gone, while patients die waiting for care and hospitals crumble. Let us not forget the 430 million spent on defogging schools during the pandemic, a grotesque exercise in extraction and corruption dressed up as safety. The Auditor General called it what it was: fruitless, wasteful and unconscionable. Our oversight mechanisms have failed us, resulting in a culture of impunity. What is the result of this impunity? The balance of irregular expenditure, the clearest proxy for corruption and financial mismanagement, has risen from 45 billion at the end of the 23-24 financial year to over 50 billion in 24-25. 5 billion rand more in irregularity in just 1 year. That is not progress, that is decay. when the Minister of Police refused to legitimise his unlawful election gimmick, the so-called crime wardens, Premier Lesufi did not reflect or correct. He threatened, he spat fury at a national minister and declared that his days were numbered. Well, Premier Lesufi, let me say this respectfully but firmly. It is your days that are numbered. If not today, because parties choose to protect you, not out of principle, not for the benefit of residents, but out of an acrobatic dodge to escape accountability for a lack of principle, then soon, when your own colleagues tire of your vanity projects and your theatrics, and if not, then the people of Gauteng will render their verdict at the ballot box. For too long, our province has endured your populist experiments, your disregard for law, your poorly disguised dislike of members of certain communities, and your betrayal of public trust. You swan and mince around as if you are a hero, smiling and waving, while millions of our compatriots bear the indignity of poor service delivery, poverty and suffering as a result of your poor governance. I move that this House expresses its full lack of confidence in Premier Panyaza Lesufi.
Thank you. Honourable Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that we can all agree that Gauteng, as the economic engine room of South Africa and the country as it is at a crossroads. Therefore, the decisions that political leaders now make will reverberate into the future, whether wise or unwise. The people's voice in the 2024 elections is clear in that they do not trust any one party to run government in all three spheres. The people's voice is also clear in that they are not interested in divisive and opportunistic politics, but wants us to attend to substantive matters of concern that will actually improve their lives, not just change, but real improvement. Given the fragmentation of the electorate, the formation of effective government requires cooperation by most political parties, and the government of national unity provided a blueprint in that respect. Unfortunately, emulating that blueprint in Gauteng did not quite come to fruition after the DA endorsed the Premier. That brings us to the motion. We do not quite comprehend why the DA would endorse the Premier in the first place, barely a year ago, when an array of another official findings were made against his previous administration. But now we should oppose the Premier based on that same history, plus the additional finding of the unconstitutionality of the crime prevention orders by the public protector. Furthermore, the purpose of this motion must be to change government. It is pointless to change the Premier without also reconfiguring the government. It is, however, doubtful if there is support for that. Therefore, our view of the motion is that it does not serve a specific purpose other than making a symbolic point. But it might also have the reverse effect of strengthening the Premier after he survives this and survives other attacks. The Freedom Plus has always maintained that it will remain in an oversight position in the legislature even after parties form a government. This is also the case today. And having said that, we have an obligation to consider the motion debated today on its own merits. Though we supported the principle, we had our concerns about the legality of the appointment of the crime prevention wardens right from the outset. We also posed written questions to the Premier and asked whether he is certain that the project was unconstitutional or was constitutional, to which he replied yes. But it was not, and we are all beholden to the Constitution. Therefore, as dysfunctional as the motion is, we will support it in principle to underscore the importance of the Constitution. We will also, in response, submit a policy and legislative proposal to implement a constitutionally sound community safety initiative in support of the SAPS for the Premier to consider. In final, we also propose that this motion rather becomes the starting point to start discussions anew about forming a more inclusive government of provincial unity going forward to jointly address the pressing socio-economic issues and situation of Gauteng's residents. Their vote and their voice that requires of us to work together must be heeded, despite our differences, despite personality clashes, despite our egos and ambition. So let's do the impossible, actually work together and turn Gauteng around for the people who live here. And for that, I'm looking at you, the ANC and the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Alberts. Honourable Letsoalo. Honorable Letswalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I must say, the DA is such a cruel organization. But we must pass our condolences to member folks. I think it's quite egregious that the DA, whilst member folks is undergoing grief, they can get him to come and debate here. It's not political, but it's just the cruelty. But allow me, Madam Speaker, to extend our collective greetings to the residents of Gauteng. There's a song that I like. It's called Hate Him or Love Him. The underdog is on top. And that's the ANC Panyaza Lesufi for you. We are brought here this morning against any logical reason, but for the DA's bigotry and tomfoolery, the deliberate ploy to subvert the collective will of the residents of Gauteng. I refer to this moment as a flagrant mischief of electoral desperation. This lamentable and frivolous motion is a veiled attempt not only to displace the people's premier, but also to push the people's movement, the ANC, and the government of a provincial unity partners out of power. The DA has no legitimate mandate from the majority of Gautengers who are here, and I think they can attest to that, to bring this clownish motion as they hold no popular vote. So you don't enjoy any majority support of the residency of Gauteng. The balance of power doesn't support their rules. This is just a farce. This is all a farce to rev up their media coverage so as to avert obscurity. You are falling into obscurity, Member Msimang. Oppositional sensationalism is their political hallmark. So we shouldn't be surprised at all. We have observed over the years that the DA has foolishly put forth names of candidates for the premiership of Gauteng, and that none of such candidates has ever come close to the tall and affirmable standing of the stature of a Premier Lesufi, a man of action. Premier Lesufi has been and remains the beacon of hope for both the young and the old residents of our province. It is laughable that the best amongst the candidates for the premiership that the DA has recently put forth has been no other than Member Msimanga, who cries the same whip every year. So Member Msimanga every single year comes into the legislature, same thing, same motion. It must be placed on record that the DA could never have a candidate as sharp and perspicacious as Premier Lesufi. Member Msimanga is fast becoming a failed experiment. Perhaps a member Shabalala will take over from him, but I doubt even him will make the cut. It has become evident that the DA no longer has a workable ideas on how to get itself into the governing seats of this province. Hence, they are resort to repeated episodes of conjuring up motions of no confidence, when in reality it is them who stand out of confidence with the majority of the residents of Gauteng. The DA stands alone in this defining moment, and history does not favor them. We should ask Member Msimanga, raised in the township of Atteridgeville, how in his conscience does he live with himself when he can find it so relatively easy to prefer the loss of jobs amongst our kind? You, Member Msimanga, have consistently been the advocate for the end of the crime wardens program, and yet you have not presented a single alternative plan on how to secure jobs and the livelihoods of all of those crime wardens. It is under the stewardship of Premier Lesufi that in the forthcoming week, our province will see the historic hosting of the G20 Leadership Summit. If you connect the dots, you'll soon realize that the DA had ostensibly sought to engineer political turmoil in this great period so that they could later impute blame on the ANC. We should all be reminded that the DA serves a nefarious agenda and stands as a defender of forces responsible for the genocide of innocent women and children in Gaza. Gautengers must not accept to be fooled. They want to make you believe that it is all doom and gloom in Gauteng, and yet to the contrary, our province stands at the cusp of a momentous global showcasing. The terrible things brigades, and I think I like what the EFF would have said, fanatics of a Donald Trump would have rather had our province lose out on the 3.6 billion that will be generated through tourism stimulation during the course of the summit. All things considered, if sobriety prevailed amongst the DA caucus, they would have allowed our province to shine and allow us to focus on the G20 Leadership Summit and not this gimmick of a motion. I quickly want to deal with some of the predictable and marginal line-style ammunition of the Blue Rascals. As anticipated, Member Bloom, who since 1994 had wished to be an MEC of Health and will forever remain in the shadow of that position, was always going to talk about the Tembisa scandal. Well, it is on record that it was the Gauteng government, led by Premier Lesufi, who contracted the SIU to probe the matter, and that it didn't happen by chance. We have seen swift action by the Gauteng government and the Department of Health in holding those responsible accountable. We await further action once the SIU completes its entire work and evolve its report from interim to final. Predictably again, Member Bloom was always going to invoke the Cancer Alliance matter. The facts are that the Department of Health has partnered with several private radiotherapy units to expand access to care and reduce treatment delays. As of the 25th of August 2025, there were about 563 patients and counting who are actively receiving radiation oncology care through these partnerships, and more than 1,000 patients had already successfully completed their treatment. In the past 4 years, the ANC government has replaced all radiation therapy equipment at Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital and Steve Biko Academic Hospital with state-of-the-art linear accelerator machines valued at more than 600 million. These fellow residents of Gauteng are the facts. There's also been the replacement of the brachytherapy machines and CT scan machines for the treatment planning purposes. We continue to monitor progress in this regard, and this includes the backlog, the building of oncology bunkers at both the George Mukaro Hospital as well as the Chris Hani Bara Hospital. That, fellow residents, again, are the facts. At the end of this debate, and after much sensationalism from the DA, as sure as the oceans will continue to flow, Premier Lesufi will still be the premier of this province. Madam Speaker, this motion is trash, and this is in a hip-hop jargon. This is a trash motion. We on this side have confidence in the leadership of Premier Lesufi and that of the government of the provincial unit led by the ANC. Oi, oi, panya, panya, oi, oi.
Okay, Honorable Rashid Ngwane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, the resident of Gauteng Province, the guests that have joined us here today, good morning. Honorable Speaker, there comes a moment in every society when the truth can no longer whisper, but it must roar. And today, the truth and the reality of the province must be spoken. Gauteng is breaking because government leadership has abandoned the people it is meant to represent. Honorable Speaker, Gauteng did not fall apart by an accident. This has been a result of a collapse in ethics, accountability, and governance at the highest level of leadership in this province. And ultimately, it is the men, the women, and the children who bear the burden and pay the price of Gauteng's decay. Before the taps, Honorable Speaker, ran dry, before the tankers arrived in this province, before the infrastructure failed, our municipalities were already falling apart. Our water system did not collapse overnight. A lack of basic infrastructure maintenance and investment is the reason why we are still reliant on pipes that were installed in the 1960s as well as the 1970s. Outdated pump stations are not repaired, and treatment plants are overloaded and underfunded. This has been a downstream effect, which include clinics operating with low water pressure and children getting few hours of learning because their schools have no water. Honorable Speaker, our community have raised these issues. The engineers have given a warning, and oversight reports have flagged the water infrastructure challenges across the entire province. However, like the populist that Premier Panyaza Lesufi is, he waited for a disaster to strike so that he can react. This province remains with no province-wide infrastructure plan, no province-wide pipe replacement plan, no water security strategy, and no long-term investment in our infrastructure. Our community, Honorable Speaker, continue to rely on water tankers that are paid for by public funds that are meant and to profit the connected few. Premier Lesufi has turned the Gauteng water crisis into a system where insiders profit every time our communities loses water. Madam Speaker, in the city of Johannesburg, the residents live with daily chaos, power outages lasting for weeks, traffic lights that never work, and refuse piling like nobody's business. Honorable Speaker, all while this is happening and every service delivery is collapsing in this province, the Premier's administration continues to spend 34 million on renting of building for the executives. They continue to spend over 408 million annually just to make sure that the executive are comfortable. This, when we translate it all together, it comes down to over 2 billion in 5 years. And this happens all while this province owns 41 building that we could really be utilizing to ensure that we save the money or redirect it to other service delivery. When the scandal about this building came, the Premier did not waste time. He did as we know him to do. He ran from one media to another, telling them and promising that the investigation will take place over 2 months. But I stand here, this is 7 months later, there has no report, there has no consequences management that has been taken place, and we sit here with the very same expenditure that the Department of Infrastructure is spending. Today, Honourable Speaker, I stand here with the full weight of the people of Gauteng's frustration and say that a Premier who cannot lead cannot stay. A Premier who cannot protect the most vulnerable cannot continue to retain the highest seat in this province. And as much as the EFF, the Action SA might come here and forget the little faces in our communities, the poorest of the poor, we are calling upon this House to call upon the Premier Panyaza
Your time is up,
that even if the
Honourable
motion
Rasidiwane.
doesn't continue, that he do the most honourable thing and
Thank
resign.
you very much, Honourable Rasidiwane. Okay, Wabulel, go ahead. Honourable Klaba, Honourable Klaba, Honourable members, Honourable Klaba, it's your time to debate.
Thank you, Speaker. The Public Protector Report number 21 of 2025-26 states it investigated allegations of irregular establishment, appointment and deployment of crime prevention wardens sanctioned by Premier Lesufi. The DA screams illegal militia. Page 6 records the Premier's announcements on 7 October 2022, which was a bold, visionary response to Gauteng's crime crisis. 6,000 young, agile officers to assist SEPs. The DA called this reckless from day one. The DA's motion is not a legal instrument. It is a weapon of ideological warfare. We dismantle it line by line, fact by fact. The DA demands SIU probes into Gauteng, but turns a blind eye to Joburg's 1.2 billion Fleetgate fraud, Tshwane's 100 million broadband scandals, mid-while hiring of Gauteng fraud-implicated officials. But this is not mere corruption. The DA's rot runs deeper. A legacy of racism, apartheid sympathy, and Zionist entanglements that threatens to turn South Africa into another Palestine. Where it governs, there is entrenched inequality, selective service delivery, and policies that exclude rather than empower. Let us name it plainly. The DA, through figures like Helen Zille, has long peddled the lie that post-apartheid redress, our hard-won tools against centuries of white supremacy, is more racist than apartheid itself. In 2025, they dragged South Africa to court over the Employment Equity Amendment Act, fighting racial targets in hiring their dare to uplift black South Africans from the economic chains of apartheid. This is not principle, it is racial sabotage. Worse still, the DA wings at Cape Exit, the secessionist fever dream peddled by white nationalists yearning for a sundered Cape Republic, a neo-apartheid enclave where black voices are forever sidelined. DA leader John Steenhuisen flirts with devolution bills that fuels the fire, granting the Western Cape autonomy at the expense of national unity, a blueprint of balkanization, sponsored by apartheid nostalgics and their global enablers. Their backers are Zionist donors who pour resources into fracturing our nation, turning the Cape into a fortified outpost like the West Bank settlements. People of South Africa, beware. The DA agenda is not reform, it is recolonization. If we let them splinter Gauteng's unity through motions like this, South Africa becomes Bantustan of despair. Premier Lesufi is not perfect, but he is present, proactive and people-centered. He leads with integrity, courage and vision, qualities we should strengthen, not attack. When challenges arise, he takes responsibility, acts decisively. He leads among the people. Honourable Premier, thank you for standing firm in your principles and showing true leadership in protecting the integrity of the Gauteng provincial government. Your decision does not include the DA in the GP reflects a deep commitment to the people-centered government. Leadership is about conviction, not convenience. We commend you for refusing to be swayed by the pursuit for power through fragile collisions of desperation. History will remember that when others wavered, you stood firm for the people. As Umkhonto weSizwe, led by the chessmaster Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, today we say the motion dies, the struggle lives, and it grows stronger with every attempted setback. Gwaza Umkhonto, gwaza!
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. PA, Honorable Evans. Honorable Evans has free time of 3 minutes if she wants to use it. Honorable Evans, you have 3 minutes of free time if you want to use. Oh, okay. All right. Honorable. Just hold on. Right. Honourable Gota.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier and Honourable Members, I rise today on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance and as the MEC for Environment to make one thing very clear. We will not be supporting this motion of no confidence. This motion is not an attempt to strengthen governance. It is an exercise in political theatre. It is designed for headlines and not for the people of Gauteng. The Patriotic Alliance refuses to participate in a stunt that distracts from the real work of governing. Our position is based on principle and on direct experience inside this administration. Since joining this coalition, the Patriotic Alliance has been given the space, the authority and the responsibility to deliver. Premier Lesufi has allowed his coalition partners the freedom to work. He has allowed us to get into communities and to fix problems instead of sitting in endless meetings talking about them. That is what a functional coalition looks like. It is leadership that empowers each partner to fulfill their mandate. This government is stable, it is focused, and it is working because every partner is given room to act. In my own portfolio, that freedom has already been produced visible progress. We have strengthened waste management and expanded clean-up operations. We have revitalized environmental enforcement across municipalities. We have built partnerships that unlock green jobs, restore damaged environments, and turn waste into economic opportunity. Communities can see the results. None of this would be possible in a government paralyzed by internal fights or political micromanagement. It is possible because this coalition allows MECs to execute and to deliver the change residents expect. Let me be honest about the motion before us today. The most laughable aspect of this attempt has to be the fact that the people who brought it have no plan for what's next. They wish to plunge our province into governance chaos, and they know that all too well. Even they do not expect to succeed today. That is the kind of empty theatrics that we have come to expect from the Democratic Alliance. We say no, and we intend to defeat this motion so that we can get back to focusing on the real work. The people of Gauteng do not want dramatic motions or political games. They want clean communities, safer environments, functioning services, and leaders who focus on solving real problems. This motion does nothing to advance those goals. It is a distraction at a time when we should all be concentrating on the urgent work that residents rely on. The Patriotic Alliance believes in governance that removes red tape and supports delivery. We believe in empowering leaders to act where communities need support the most. That is the kind of governance this coalition has made possible. It is the kind of governance that is producing results in the environmental portfolio and across this administration. Let me close with this. This motion will not succeed today because it has no substance. It is shallow, opportunistic, and disconnected from the daily realities of residents. While others look to chase cameras and controversies, this coalition is working. The Patriotic Alliance stands with the Premier, who leads a stable government, who respects his partners, and who gives us the freedom to deliver real impact. We stand with this coalition because it is functional and accountable and focused on the people of Gauteng, and that is what truly matters. Ons baie dankie.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Botha. Honorable Mamabolo. Honorable Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Madam Speaker, Deputy Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Chief Whip, all MSCs, all honorable members, and let me also acknowledge the leadership of the Alliance that is here with us today, and of course, the people of our province. Let me convey my sympathies to Honorable Fuchs. Honorable members, let me just up front state that this motion is poorly structured. It's badly written, it's unnecessary, it's completely irrelevant, and therefore a waste of time. The House should dismiss this motion with the contempt it deserves. The motion is opportunistically disguised and, of course, claimed to be based on the provisions of the Constitution, Section 133, on the ground of inability to perform the functions of office. This is merely intended to make it sound very relevant. The motion deliberately avoided the other grounds in the Constitution because they are fully aware that there's no institution that has made any finding against the Premier based on serious violation of the Constitution or a finding of serious misconduct. There's absolutely nothing. So what they opted to do was to engage on a motion on the ground that, of course, they've selected, but they failed to state the very functions that are there in the Constitution and the powers that they claim the Premier failed to perform or exercise in terms of the Constitution. Now, honorable members, they then crafted some about, and of course you will see from the document that has been tabled, they've got about 7 points that they stated, but when you look at them, you can clearly see that there's no, actually most of these points are shared responsibilities with all of us, even in this House. I've had mayors, everything. Now the question is, why does the DA choose all these issues that are shared responsibilities of all of us to base them and direct them to the Premier alone? That's the question that we need to find out. Secondly, it is very much important that we indicate, honorable members, that the DA has not provided any shred of evidence on what they call inability to perform functions. All what we have here is a motion that is based on deep-seated personal hatred of the Premier. That's what this motion is all about, because they can't provide any shred of evidence to back up the claims that they are making. So on that basis, we are therefore left with having to wonder, why will the DA bring a motion that seeks to scapegoat, isolate, and construct what could be called an axis of evil just on the Premier alone? That's what we need to understand. And I'd like to say to this House that when you play in the space of scapegoating, of targeting, of isolating, of personalizing collective issues and broader societal issues, you are playing in the space of an ideological political tendency that is called fascism. Because you are scapegoating the Premier for matters that have got to do really with all of us, and why single him out? And I would like to say to the DA that what you are doing plays into an extremely dangerous space. And I think would like to ask the DA to refrain from doing that, because you cannot say just the Premier alone. Remember that the leader of the DA scapegoated the Premier and the traffic wardens and insulted them. That is what Karl Marx would have called a tragedy. Today they are repeating it, but as a farce, again, showing personal hatred against the Premier, but brought in through a motion in the House. What we are dealing with here is neo-fascism, but nothing else. Single out, remove permanently from political space, liquidate the Premier alone. That is an extremely dangerous tendency. We must not bring personal matters of hatred to this House. Let us deal with the fundamental questions. So I would like to conclude by saying, honourable members, this motion should be rejected and should be dismissed, because we cannot be brought into a neo-fascist project that seeks to scapegoat, isolate, and condemn. I've heard members say that the DA is associated with apartheid, with white supremacy. Those are the tendencies of fascism. But I've also heard that the DA has some liberal claims. So you can clearly see that the old fascist tendencies in the DA are refusing to die. And the new claims to liberalism are not yet born. So the DA is on the crossroad ideologically. They can go deep into neo-fascism, or they can at least, as if neoliberalism is even better. It's not even better, but they can take another dimension. So I just want to say to honourable members, let us reject this motion. Let us not be co-opted into a neo-fascist agenda. Premier, we have our support, and thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Mamabulo. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Good luck, Problem.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today as
Honourable
a voice
members.
for the teachers, parents, learners and unemployed youth of Gauteng who feel betrayed. Under Premier Lesufi's leadership, Gauteng's education system is collapsing due to mismanagement of funds. Classrooms are overcrowded, educators demoralised, and learners are left stranded in a system that promised opportunities but now delivers only frustration. The recent decision to, without prior notice, cut funding from to Quintile 4 and 5 schools has plunged schools into financial chaos. Governing bodies were informed after budgets and fees had been set. Now schools are being forced to cut teachers, coaches and support staff, or raise fees from struggling parents. Every one of these losses is a job lost and a learner left behind. Yet the Premier responds, we are aligning to national norms. Funds are simply being rationalised. But alignment without traditional support is an abdication of responsibility. We have repeatedly raised the alarm bells about conditions at learners with special educational needs or LSEN schools. Civil society has taken the department to court for human rights violations at Philadelphia Secondary School, following allegations ranging from neglect to a shortage of teachers with Braille and sign language skills. Now, while the department issues glossy presentations, our on-the-ground oversight at Samsung and Ezibeleni LSEN schools show a painful gap between promises and reality. Our vulnerable children are paying the price. They are not just numbers. They are children with dreams, and the system has failed them. Yet the Premier's response, we are investing in special schools. But if parents are in court and oversight finds neglect, there is no investment. You see, Chief Whip, there is no sign of that madness associated with change. Perhaps the most blatant example of Lesotho's failed leadership is the 431 million defogging scandal
Honourable Speaker.
that took place.
Honourable Engelbrecht, just hold on.
Honourable Speaker, I think there's a problem of relevance. I think the honourable member thinks we are debating the annual report on education. It's not in the motion. I think maybe let's try to remind them where we are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Engelbrecht, please refer to the Premier as Honourable Premier.
Perhaps the most blatant example of Lesotho's failed leadership is the
Honourable Engelbrecht, just hold on.
431 million
No. Honourable Engelbrecht.
Watch.
Honourable Mfikwe, just hold on, please. Honourable Engelbrecht, I don't want to read the rules to you. You know that you are supposed to refer to the Premier as the Honourable Premier or Member Lesotho. So please, I don't want to repeat that. Proceed.
The 431 million defogging scandal that took place under his watch as the Education MEC. In 2020, 270 companies, many with names like Bookshop and Payroll, were handed massive contracts up to 55 million rand for COVID cleaning. Neither the National Health or Education departments ever required defogging, yet the Premier's department pushed ahead. The Auditor General declared these deals a material irregularity, meaning there was likely fraud, theft, or breach of fiduciary duty. 4 years later, no one has been held accountable. And the Premier, he claimed ignorance. A Premier who claims to have been unaware that nearly R500 million vanished from his department should not be leading this province. Chief Whip, we don't have to look for faults. They are obvious to all. Speaker, Gauteng cannot build the jobs of tomorrow while breaking the classrooms of today. Premier Lesotho has had the power and the platform, and you have failed us. For the sake of our children, our teachers, and the thousands of jobs Gauteng should have been creating, I ask this House to support this motion of no confidence.
Well done.
Honourable members, I just want to read Rule 87, subsection C. Members may not refer to any other member by that member's first name or names only. Honourable Engelbrecht, I called you to order twice. Please, respect the rules. Honourable Adams.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Condolences, Honourable Fuchs. Am I a coward? Am I a weak leader? Am I clueless in politics? Am I stupid? Am I anyone's lackey? Am I easily influenced? To all the above, I say a big no. I'm a leader that knows how to read situations. I'm a leader who understands timing. I'm a leader who has learned not to fight battles that has the propensity to make me and the party that I represent the victim and a sacrificial lamb. As a leader, I am not going to be a suicide bomber in this motion of no confidence. This explanatory statement, Honourable Speaker, is submitted for the record to ensure that my decision is not misinterpreted as either political defection or ideological compromise, but understood as a conscientious act in fulfillment of my constitutional and legislative duties, to ensure governance stability and prevent administrative paralysis, to safeguard the ACDB's oversight influence within the provincial legislature, and to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law by acting in broader public interest as required by my oath of office. The ACDB on various occasions upheld the principle that governance must continue responsibly and that institutional stability serves the greater public good. Consistent with this approach, the party has supported national and provincial budgets and appropriation measures which such support safeguard service delivery and responsible fiscal management. Madam Speaker, in the present context, the motion of no confidence in Gauteng and the Premier has not gained sufficient traction to effect meaningful change in the administration. In closing, Honourable Speaker, it is through this position that the party demonstrates its enduring and ensuring commitment to godly governance and to fighting for the moral and spiritual soul of Gauteng, ensuring that governance remains principled, balanced and rooted in service delivery. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adams. Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, leaders of all political parties. The IFP, my heartfelt condolences to you, Honourable Fox. The IFP respects the rights of all parties to politics as they wish, but they must not expect the IFP to willingly join. But our biggest worry in this motion is the aftermath of it, if it succeeds. If there are problems as listed here, why then create a bigger problem? Because you know, given the dynamics of this House, it will take this province 2 to 3 months to form a government. Do we want to put the province into that problem? So the IFP therefore cannot be part of really putting the crisis in our province. As the party, we always said that where the IFP exists, we are here to make sure that there is service delivery, there is stability. Therefore, we cannot be part, not that we don't agree with issues raised, but we cannot be part of plunging this province into deeper crisis of not having a government. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker,
Honourable Masuku,
Speaker,
thank you very much, Honourable
Speaker,
Dlamini. Honourable Masuku.
Speaker,
oh,
Rule
is that a point of order?
77. Rule 77, Speaker. A question to the previous Speaker, if you will be able to take it.
A question to?
The previous Speaker who just spoke now.
Honourable Dlamini, do you want? Yeah, he says yes.
So the question, Speaker, will therefore be that history teaches us that the AFP has always been a collaborator and collaborated with white supremacy. If the IFP now were not part of this government, were they going to support this motion or were they going to reject it?
Honourable Dlamini. Thank you, Honourable Makwala.
Honourable Speaker, it is not new for the IFP to be part of government. We were part of government in 1994 of national unity. We are part of government of provincial unity in KZN first before it happened in Gauteng. Therefore, we are here on the basis of principle. Secondly, the IFP has never been collaborators. It is the lie that you were told by the ANC, which they are correcting now. Thank you very much.
Okay, honourable members, let's hear Honourable Masuku. Honourable Masuku.
Honourable Speaker, members of the House, the citizens of Gauteng, we rise today not just to oppose this motion of no confidence in Premier Panyaza Lesufi. We rise to defend reason, innovation, and responsibility. This motion is not only legally unsound, but also politically opportunistic and intellectually dishonest. Frankly, it reads like something drafted on the boot of a car or scribbled in a pub. It lacks substance, coherence, and constitutional merit. Section 130, subsection 3 of the Constitution allows for the removal of the Premier only when they are unable to perform the functions of the office. This motion fails particularly to demonstrate such incapacity. Crime prevention wardens, known as Amapanyaza, maybe is the problem of the wedding. But it was not going to sound well if it were called Ama Moriarty or Ama Msimang. The crime prevention wardens were established to address the urgent need for visible policing in Gauteng. According to the Public Protector's report, the initiative was intended to enhance policing capacity in the province facing high crime levels. Yes, the report flagged the initial deployment for lacking formal legal framework, but it did not condemn the initiative. Instead, it called for its regularization, directing that corrective action should be taken within 180 days to ensure that CPWs are lawfully appointed as traffic wardens under the National Road Traffic Act. Between May and September 2023, the wardens participated in over 51,000 police operations, arrests, searches, and patrols. This is not symbolic, it's substantive and it's impactful. Premier Lesufi responded with leadership. He announced phased reconfiguration, stating, the rollout of traffic wardens have followed meticulous legal compliance sequence to ensure professionalism and accountability. Amapanyaza is part of a broader safety strategy, including panic buttons for vulnerable communities, drone surveillance, the air wing support, and expanded coverage of CCTV of the province. Honorable members, this motion is not about ethics. It's not about constitutional violation. It is a political theater, desperate attempt to undermine the Premier, who's doing a hard work of rebuilding public trust and safety. Motions should be based on governance failures, not political scoring. DA approach risks of eroding public trust and diverting focus from service delivery. Oversight is critical, but constructive engagement is more effective than repeated motions. Let us reject this motion because it is unfounded, it's unprincipled, and it's unworthy of this House to debate. We oppose it. We urge all members to do the same, including those who are from the DA, particularly the African members of the DA. We are all extinct species there. They are going to replace you one by one. It's coming for you, Shabalala. It's coming for you, former Deputy Speaker, Member Ntseke. They are coming for you. And please be aware that racism is a problem and is a disease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Members of the public in the gallery. Ke kopa o le gopotsa tle. Ga la dumella go tseya party in the house. Ka boikokobetso, ka kopo, ka tlhompho. A re dumellaneng bagolo. Ke a leboga. Honorable Chabalala.
Solim Simbang, do not be discouraged.
Honorable Chabalala, I just read out Rule 87. It applies to the members of your party as well. Proceed.
Member Msimanga, do not be discouraged by shallowness, lack of intellectual and emotional depth displayed in this House. History will absolve you. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I come before you today urging you to show the people of Gauteng and South Africa what accountability looks like by supporting this motion of no confidence in Premier Panyaza Lesufi. This is a Premier who has betrayed the hopes of Gauteng residents, failed to act in moment of crisis, and abandoned the people of Zdibeng, especially in the ANC running Fuleni and Lesedi municipality. The severe collapse of service delivery because of maladministration, corruption, and financial mismanagement has brought immense suffering on the residents of this municipality. In May 2024, the residents of Gauteng sent a clear message that they no longer have confidence in your leadership. Premier, the ANC's declining support in the province was a clear indication that the people of Gauteng have had enough of your failed leadership. Mfuleni has collapsed. For years, some of the residents have been without electricity because of broken transformers that the Premier promised to replace by March 2024. The deadline has passed without action. Our petitions and letters asking for interventions have fallen on deaf ears. Our municipality remains littered with potholes and safe roads. The province pledged to fix 40 roads in Emfuleni. However, contracts were given to comrades and friends with no capacity or skills. This is evidence as the roads collapse month after being repaired. Emfuleni residents are left dodging potholes deep enough to swallow a small car. Financially, the municipality is drowning in debt. Over 8 billion is owed to Eskom, and the province has failed to intervene meaningfully. Worse still, Emfuleni returned 636 million unspent of the municipal infrastructure grants, money meant for roads, water, and sanitation projects. With residents choke on sewer and live without electricity, the Premier's government sends its development money way back to Treasury. This is despite Emfuleni having one operational truck for the entire one operational fire truck for the entire municipality. The rest are out of service, unlicensed, unmaintained, and some are parked for months without tires or renewed disc. Governance in City Bay District Municipality has collapsed under your watch. The missing mayoral chain worth 465,000 vanished after 2023 State of the District address. There have been no address, no accountability. When the matter resurfaced again in August, Gauteng SAPS closed the investigation with no resolution, another symbol of lack of accountability under your administration. Then came a scandal involving Lerato Maloka, who was angry at receiving the wrong model of a Mercedes-Benz of an official car and allegedly poured a sugar into the petrol tank in protest, an act that embarrassed this province and showed utter disregard for taxpayers. And yet the madman, as Lesego said, Lesufi chose to
just hold on. Honorable Chabalala, Honorable, no, do not push.
The Honorable Chief Whip, sorry. Okay. And yet, the madman, as the Honorable Chief Whip said, chose not to act. Instead, he influenced ANC councillors to reinstate the mayor, despite having lost the confidence of council members, prioritizing
okay, your
party
time is
politics.
up, Honorable Chabalala. Thank you.
Sorry?
Okay. Your time is up, Honorable Chabalala. Thank you very much. Honorable
But you stopped me
Makwala.
so many times.
Your time is up. Over to debate alena. Honorable Makwala. Remember, Honorable Koma spoke replacing Honorable Maloka. So you have 6 minutes that you have not used. As the EFF, he's going to do that. Oh, okay. Honorable Makwala.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One of the most enduring legacies of coloniality, which differs from colonization, coloniality refers to the persistence of system, ideas, and attitudes that survive long after colonial rule ended. Among its most damaging effects is white supremacy. White supremacy is not just overt racism. It shapes daily life. It determines who is heard, believed, and seen as legitimate. When a white person speaks, society listens. But when black people and colored voices raise the same issues, they are ignored. Madam Speaker, this is exactly what the economic freedom fighters is believing is happening today. The Democratic Alliance is repeating what the EFF has been saying since 2023. Yet, because of the prevailing system of white supremacy, which is sustained by institutional power, such as the media, the DA's narrative now dominates, erasing the EFF's consistent and long-standing position, where we have consistently demanded a strategy rooted in lived Black Township realities, not in glossy press briefings, ribbon-cutting ceremonies, and empty electioneering stunts. Madam Speaker, today's debate must be located precisely where it belongs, with the historical and ongoing architecture of white privilege, which continues to shape who is protected, who is neglected, and who is sacrificed in this province. They want every black formation in this house to be co-opted into performing gratitude for crumbs, while blaming each other for the structural failures created by the very forces of white economic and political domination. This is a political theater and remains a political theater, a staged performance, a mockery of the working class. We are concerned, Speaker, that the DA today wants to behave or act as holier than thou or a messiah
when it was the very DA that refused to problematize the problems of the crime prevention wardens when it benefited their arrangement. The DA was silent when the EFF spoke loudly about Mapanyapanya. It was the DA that accepted the Deputy Speaker position, even when they voted for the Premier, even when they negotiated for MEC seats. That's the reason when the EFF comes to this sitting today saying, Izolobe Kumnandi and Namklanje Kuyanyiwe. For over 2 years, it has been the EFF who were Mapanyapanya's loudest critics. We questioned their legality and purpose of crime prevention wardens and the centralization of community safety department under the Premier. We submitted statements, raised questions, and exposed Mapanyapanya's reckless conduct. Madam Speaker, what we have before us today here is a political disaster, a betrayal, a misdirection of public funds that should have fortified existing police stations, strengthened community policing forums, built victim empowerment units, and fortified the front lines of township safety. When wardens terrorized poor communities and acted as a vigilante group, it was the EFF that stood loud and boldly. And maybe we must also take this opportunity to pose questions to the Action SA of Member Mashaba or Honorable Ngobeni, that where were they in 2023 when the EFF was removed or fought called securities in Nazareth by the Premier and the ANC? Where was this Action SA in Pretoria when we were calling for the same Mapanyapanya to be removed in their system? Where was the DA when the Commander-in-Chief and the President of the EFF raised the same issue of Mapanyapanya in the stadium publicly so? It is against this backdrop, Madam Speaker, that we open this motion of debate, a wide, privileged debate, a motion of no confidence against the Premier. A debate that directly affects the lives of over 15 million Gauteng residents. According to Stats South Africa, youth unemployment in Gauteng for 25 to 34-year-old stands at 43.2%, meaning almost 1 in 2 young people are jobless. The EFF is thus uninterested in populist posturing that fails to address the material conditions of our people. Madam Speaker, allow us a moment to historically reflect that on the 27th of July 2013, the EFF was formed to wage the struggle for total economic emancipation. From inception, we diagnosed that the state's failure to uplift the black majority 12 years ago, we foresaw that the ANC's decline and the inevitable rise in poverty, unemployment, and crime. The EFF, Premier Lesufi, draws strength from the gallant fighters like Winnie Mandela, Chief of Staff Chris Hani, and the forever defiance force, the Lion of Midlands, Herigwa, leaders who paid dearly for their defense. Hani, Chief of Staff, was assassinated, while Winnie and Gwala were sidelined for their principled pursuit of radical economic transformation. It is on their shoulders that we stand, and guided by their uncompromising commitment to justice. We must say that, Speaker, under Premier Lesufi, the Department of Health incurred 2.7 billion in irregular expenditure and 17 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Suppliers went unpaid, and the department lost more than 4 billion in accruals. Hospitals like George Mukari and Christian Baragwana faced crippling staff and laundry shortages. Doctors even went on strike over unpaid wages. The department also failed to spend 784 million meant for cancer patients, leaving thousands waiting for life-saving treatment and hundreds dead due to stage negligence. All this fails on the Premier as the political head. The Premier parades programs like Tswada, built on lies, as the province has limited rehab capacities. Under his watch, funds flow to political connected organizations like Tsakani Old Age Home, while honest, compliant NPOs are collapsing. The unreleased NPO adjudication report alone exposes this administration's total lack of accountability. Food parcels have been delayed for the past 2 terms, while families go hungry. Even sanitary towel distribution is not efficient. However, Speaker, it must also be asked, or what does the DA truly offer to the people of Gauteng? They oppose every meaningful intervention, from a state-run food bank to a state-led construction company, to fast-track over 278 stalled infrastructure. Madam Speaker, with peace, can the woman
to protect you?
With peace, can
I
the woman
really
of the
do need
ANC
to protect you. Just hold on, honourable members.
We're not in a shebeen. Please tell her that we're not in a shebeen. However, Speaker, The EFF has tabled real solutions through motion to curb schools violence and called to the Department of Infrastructure Development to develop state capacity, and instead of paying 34 million a month on renting office spaces. We wish to remind the House again that the Premier in his maiden sopa voted to honor the legacy of Amasatehe. Yet in Atteridgeville, where Emma originates from, residents of Sosville hostels still live in deplorable conditions. Only 6 GPG-owned hostels are prioritized, while the rest of the hostels in Gauteng remain uninhabitable. The Department of Women Settlements continues to miss land release and informal settlement upgrading targets, leaving thousands landless and without dignity. We wish, Madam Speaker, to make it categorically clear that before this motion, the DA never sought meaningful engagement with the EFF to strengthen accountability in this legislature. They were silent when EFF members of this legislature were assaulted by security personnel on the orders of the MEC of Health during hospital oversight visit, while their own MPLs enjoyed free access to hospitals under the very system of white privilege that we are referring to. The DA has shown no interest in addressing Gauteng's 1.2 million housing backlog. The formalization of informal settlements, school overcrowding, crumbling infrastructure in township schools, or the existence of racial exclusive spaces like Kleinfontein. The EFF's dissatisfaction with Premier Lesufi is just principled and justified. We demand accountability. The Premier must fix the crisis he created, starting by removing the Department of Community Safety from his office and appointing a dedicated MEC of Community Service. This point is important, Premier. It's important, this point. But also, Speaker, the EFF, in conclusion, will not want to be used or want to collaborate with a party that has publicly insulted us, went to America and Washington and called us names, called us demagogues, and wanted and even said that we are the enemy of the government or the enemy of the state. Today here, because the DA feels like they need support from the EFF, they want to bribe us and lobby us by any means necessary. We want to say to the DA, we are not coming to their politics.
Okay. Honorable Meso. Okay, honorable members. Honorable Meso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Meso, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion brought by the DA today is not simply a motion of no confidence. It is a modern-day coup d'etat. It is an attempt to force the Premier of Gauteng to include the DA in the government of Gauteng of provincial unity through the back door. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we are here to make sure that that doesn't see the day. It is the desperate attempt by DA to have power. It failed to win it through the ballot box. Furthermore, this motion is an attack on unemployment young people in Gauteng, most of whom are vulnerable, unemployed black majority. It is a pure hypocrisy for the DA in Gauteng to table a motion against Premier, who is visibly and consistently working hard for the people of this province. Ungumabizwa Sabele. This hypocrisy is further exposed by the following. The DA is fundamentally opposed to the expropriation of land without compensation, claiming it is unconstitutional and harmful to the economy. Yet the land reform is central to Umkhonto weSizwe party vision, as it is the only way to restore the dignity to the black people whose land and minerals were forcefully taken by colonial settlers. The DA governs one of the most crime-ridden provinces in the country, with no effective strategy to protect communities from gangsterism, a community from Kukuletu and Kayelisha. If any Premier deserves a motion of no confidence, it is certainly the Premier of the Western Cape. Gang-related... Gang-related killings remain one of the most severe safety crises in South Africa. In 2024-2025, the Western Cape recorded 4,467 murders, of which 882 were gang-related. The province, despite having less than 12% of the national population, accounts for nearly 90% of the country's gang-related murders. The DA motion is rooted in self-importance and entitlement, demanding to lead a province they were not elected to lead. Madam Speaker, it was the DA that seconded the election of Premier, precisely because they understand that he is capable of doing that, and we want to thank the DA for so doing. This sudden reversal is fueled purely by their exclusion from the government of provincial unity, a passion they believe it is their birthright. The DA has offered no meaningful contribution to fight crime in Gauteng. Their legacy of separate development continues to manifest in the crime level and inequality seen in municipalities that institution under their governance. As Umkhonto weSizwe representing thousands of voters in province, we assert that DA anger is misled. Madam Speaker, enemy of our people is an economy still dominated by a small white capital established, which the DA represent and defend each day. The people's struggle remains the land still concentrated in the hands of privileged minority. The people of Gauteng wants job safety and security. This is exactly what the Premier has prioritizing. Madam Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we support the reskilling and reintegration of Amapanyapanya into fully qualified provincial traffic officers. However, we are saying as Umkhonto weSizwe that the correct process must be followed. Their presence has played a significant role in reducing crime across Gauteng. As Umkhonto weSizwe family continue to support the Premier of Gauteng, we reject this frivolous motion of no confidence by DA.
Honorable Miso, your time is up. Honorable Lamukuba.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier and members of the House, today we are not here to debate good governance. We are witnessing desperation disguised as democracy. This motion by the Democratic Alliance is not about accountability. It's about political theatrics. It is a selfish, reckless attempt to destabilize the Gauteng province at a time when our province needs stability and progress. Let us be clear. Rise Mzansi stands firmly for accountability, but we reject chaos. We stand for clean governance, but we reject opportunism. We stand for the people of Gauteng, and we refuse to be co-opted into the DA's motion of nonsensicalness. Yes. The DA's motion has no roadmap, no plan, and no prospects of success. At a time when Gauteng is preparing to take the global stage as host of the G20 in a week, the DA chooses to attempt to collapse this government of Gauteng instead of offering leadership. They choose instability instead of service. They choose to waste our time and the time of our citizens to score cheap political points. Let us call this motion what it is, Honourable Speaker. It is a selfish, opportunistic attempt to collapse the Gauteng government for narrow political gain. The DA has no plan for leadership and no vision for the future of this province and no regard for the millions of the residents of Gauteng. Let me also make it clear that Rise Mzansi supports the Public Protector's recommendations on the crime prevention wardens. We support accountability. We support prosecution where there has been wrongdoing. And we demand transparency from all leaders, including the Honourable Premier. And that is how real accountability works, through process, not political stunts. Gauteng does not need politicians who thrive on conflict. It needs leaders who build. Gauteng deserves leadership that is responsible, mature, and focused on rebuilding, not destroying and dividing. Rise Mzansi rejects the DA's attempts to manufacture chaos and collapse yet another government, because we know that this motion is not about building Gauteng, it is about breaking Gauteng. To the people of this province, we hear you, we see the challenges you face, and unlike those who thrive on crisis, we, Rise Mzansi, are committed to doing the real work of rebuilding and restoring the growth of this province. The DA's motion is opportunistic, it is reckless, it is irresponsible. Gauteng deserves better leadership. Let me close with some wise words from the late Dr. Maheu. Batho ba mona never baloke. Le ka se loke. The government of Gauteng will continue to rise, and this motion will not pass. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the members of this House.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Ramokgopa. Honourable Ali is online. Honourable Ali.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker. Can I just double check if I'm audible?
Okay. Honourable members, Honourable Ali is online. Proceed,
Thank you so
Honourable
much.
Ali.
I just want to double check, Honourable Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to yourself and to the honourable members in the House. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to cut to the chase. BOSA will not support the DA's motion of no confidence in Premier Lesufi. We view this motion as nothing more than a political gimmick that's designed to grab headlines rather than deliver solutions. This is the same DA that not only a year ago seconded the election of Lesufi as Premier, but they also negotiated for positions. So they're sudden
Honourable
about turn
Ali.
in the face of their own lack
Honourable
of success.
Ali.
Honourable Speaker.
Please do refer to the Premier as Honourable Premier or Member Lesufi.
I will do so. Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. As I was saying, the same Democratic Alliance seconded the election of Honourable Lesufi as Premier. Their sudden about turn in the face of their own lack of success in the province speaks to opportunism and short-term politicking. It is unclear how this motion will benefit the residents of Gauteng. The motion offers no credible alternatives. It offers no phased approach. It has no plan of what will follow. It's just vibes, Honourable Speaker. We will not be part of their political point scoring. We will not be part of their mockery of governance. Government is very complex. Stability is the backbone of effective administration. The Democratic Alliance, along with other parties, have already played a role in the revolving door of mayors in Johannesburg. So we simply cannot allow them to inflict the same instability on this here great province. If the DA truly intends to remove the ANC's premier in Gauteng, it must clarify its own position in the government of national unity. If the DA remains a partner in the GNU, then this motion against one of their own governing partners can only be described as frivolous and hypocritical. If they are no longer part of the GNU, then they must make that position clear and withdraw from their national arrangements with the ANC. However, Madam Speaker, it's very important for us to underscore that our decision should not be misunderstood as outright support for Premier Panyaza Lesufi. On the contrary, we strongly believe that the Premier has been found wanting on many fronts, and he indeed has plenty to answer to. However, we are of the view that this motion has nothing to do with Premier Lesufi's leadership or lack thereof, let alone the residents of Gauteng and the delivery of services. Instead, this motion is centered around the DA's selfish ambition and vain pursuits. We will not be party to their conceitedness. BOSA will not be part of this frivolous, ill-conceived motion that shows no evidence of applied minds or political forethought. South Africans deserve constructive opposition that is rooted in ideas. We will therefore not support this motion. Madam Speaker, sicela nisive kakuhle thina iBuild One South Africa CTDA.
Honourable Ali, your time is up. Thank you. Honourable Diakhar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gauteng is burning. Communities are under siege from criminals. Infrastructure is collapsing, and confidence in this provincial government has evaporated. Our residents are tired of slogans and stunts while their lives and livelihoods are being destroyed. Premier Lesufi and his administration has become a theatre of chaos, obsessed with appearances, allergic to accountability, and driven by unlawful experiments disguised as innovation. The recent Public Protector's report into Amapanyaza wardens confirms that the Premier acted outside the law and wasted public funds on a vanity project that has not delivered safety or stability. The creation of an untrained, unregulated and unconstitutional security force was never about fighting crime, but about fighting elections. While the Premier played Commander-in-Chief for the cameras, the real guardians of safety, SAPs, Metro Police and community policing forums, were left to struggle with resources and collapsing morale. Instead of strengthening the Department of Community Safety, he collapsed it into his own office, eroding oversight to build his own empire at the expense of public safety. Meanwhile, crime continues to spiral. Armed robberies, hijackings, business break-ins, gender-based violence, cable theft, all that has become daily realities. Women and children are unsafe in their homes and in schools, while businesses are closing under the weight of lawlessness. The facts are stark. Gauteng recorded 1,439 murders in the fourth quarter of the 24-25 financial year, contributing to 25.1% of all murders nationally. Rape, sexual offences all remain among the highest in the country. The GCRO 23-24 Quality of Life Survey shows that 48% of residents believe that crime is worsening, and that is up from 43% in 2020-2021. While dissatisfaction with safety services has plummeted to 23%. The DA's own anti-crime campaign, we went out to visit most of the province's 144 police stations. It revealed critical challenges of dilapidated infrastructure, inadequate staffing, dysfunctional holding cell, insufficient vehicles and deteriorating operational conditions. Stations such as Acacia, Mohlakeng, Cleveland, Katlehong, Zonkisiswe and Kempton Park confirmed the direct link between failing resources and the province's inability to deter criminal behaviour. Despite repeated warnings, the Premier pressed ahead with this Amapanyaza program. Today it is collapsing under its own illegality, with even the RTMC unable to retrain wardens due to unresolved legal and operational flaws. While critical infrastructure like substations, water plants, bridges, streetlights, transformers and copper lines are being vandalized by criminal syndicates, the economic sabotage is costing this province billions, crippling service delivery. Hospitals, clinics and schools are left vulnerable while your government looks the other way. A government that cannot safeguard infrastructure or uphold the law, cannot deliver services and cannot claim legitimacy. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance stands for professional policing, transparent governance and the rule of law. Safety is built on competence, not on theatrics.
Your time is
Premier
up.
Lesufi, you have betrayed the trust of the
Your
people
time
of
is up,
Gauteng.
Honourable
We do
Diakar.
not support and history will judge all of
Honourable
you in the
Diakar,
process.
stop and go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Okay. Okay. Honourable members, I now call on Honourable Maile to debate. Honourable Maile.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Yes,
Will I get the 4 minutes? Thank you very much. Honourable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, colleagues in the Executive Council, Honourable members of the House, leaders of all political parties, leaders of business, labor and civil society, residents of Gauteng, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to stand before you this morning, or rather this afternoon, in this august house where we are gathered. The people of Gauteng expect nothing less than constructive deliberations. They expect that when their elected officials converge in this house, it is for the purpose of discussing ideas and constructing solutions that improve their standard of living and strengthen their communities. The people of Gauteng do not expect and should not expect that we will gather in this august house to play politics with their lives. There is an accepted narrative that permeates in South Africa that Gauteng is a dysfunctional province. This narrative, conveniently amplified by those who wish to see the province collapse so that they can affirm their prejudice about the face of governance in our country, has been effective in great part because it is often left unchallenged. When it is held up to scrutiny, its flimsy logic of collapses, its flimsy logic collapses, not only because it is not an honest reflection of where we are, but because it is born out of malicious intent. And history has demonstrated repeatedly that malice, even if it thrives in the immediate, eventually collapses under the weight of its own contradictions. Honorable members, there are some who would have us believe that the government of Gauteng must be eradicated because they claim it is inept and incapable. But while people have a right to their own opinions, they do not have a right to their own facts. And if we must engage with either opinions or facts when we deliberate on the fate of the wealthiest province in sub-Saharan Africa, we should always choose the latter. We should choose facts because they provide a depth of reflection and context. Let us begin with facts that are not in dispute, Honorable Speaker. Gauteng is the smallest of South Africa's 9 provinces, with a total area of just over 18,000 square kilometers. But within its boundaries, it accommodates more than a quarter of the country's population as the most industrialized province in sub-Saharan Africa. It is the nerve center of the regional economy, contributing 34% of South Africa's gross domestic product and 7% of the continent's entire economy. These statistics matter because they provide a glimpse into the complexity of its governance. Governing a province of such great historical, geographical, and economic significance is not a task for simple-minded people to whom governance is mere political power. It requires an appreciation of where we come from as a country, where we are today, and the heavy burden of leading the creation of a future that benefits not only the residents of the province, but those of the entire continental region. It is true that Gauteng is confronted with significant challenges. These are a reflection of a history that many want to treat as insignificant, even as it continues to shape the spatiality, economy, and socio-economic realities of the province. It is not an accident of history that this province, the smallest by land area, is home to 16.1 million people, representing more than 26% of the total population of our country. As the economic nerve center of South Africa, it is here where millions of people from South Africa and beyond come to build their lives. The pull factors of Gauteng includes relatively better economic opportunities for individuals and businesses alike, a concentration of foreign diplomatic missions that provides a gateway to global access, a post-productivist economy that reflects an advanced and modern province, and a dynamic and inclusive culture that makes the province a home for all. But with this comes challenges that metropolis in developing nations are confronted with, particularly those with a history steeped in racialized structural inequalities. In Gauteng, we bear the brunt of infrastructure that is insufficient to cater to a population that is the fastest growing in the country. We bear the brunt of higher levels of unemployment, as well as internal and external migration, because skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled people converge in this one small province to pursue a better economic opportunities. The unique demographic character of our province means we also bear the brunt of high levels of crime, particularly economic crimes, that are a function of complex factors that includes unemployment and inequalities. We have never sought to downplay these challenges, nor have we ever pretended that they are easy to resolve. The solutions that we are continuously developing are crafted within the context of competing priorities and a national economy that is not immune from global shocks and geopolitical tensions. It is for this reason that the key priorities of the 7th administration has been revenue generation. We set ourselves a target of generating 800 billion in investment alone within this political term of office, because we recognize that this is the generation it is the generation of revenue that will alleviate some of our more pressing challenges. In just a year, we have managed to secure an investment pledges of over 300 billion. The Gauteng provincial government, in partnership with the private sector, has been hard at work converting these pledges into direct investments into our infrastructure projects. The results speak for themselves, and are evidenced in the recently published Gauteng Labour Market Performance Report for the 3rd quarter of 2025. Gauteng has achieved its 18th quarter of sustained employment growth out of the past 20, reaching an all-time high of 5.24 million employed persons who reside in Gauteng. Over the past year, the province created 200,000 new jobs, representing 70% of all national employment gains. We added 50,800 jobs in the last quarter alone. What is especially significant is that of these jobs, 95,300 were created in non-metropolitan areas of Gauteng. This area of the province, or rather areas, recorded the largest job increases and marked the highest proportional gain in the province. This was made possible by the provincial government's intentional approach of decentralizing wealth from the metros to ensure the spatial diffusion of employment into peri-urban and secondary towns. Equally significant is that Gauteng's job gains were led by infrastructure-linked sectors, financial services and logistics. This indicates two important points. The first point is that Gauteng continues to have the most broad-based labor market in South Africa. The second point is that the province is growth-orientated. That infrastructure-linked sectors are the biggest employers, reflects an economy that is geared towards meeting the current and future needs of the residents and businesses in our province. Honorable members, the economy is not the only area where progress is being recorded. It is often said that dysfunctional systems ultimately suffocate functional things. The appreciation of this fact is why we in the Gauteng provincial government are investing significantly in strengthening systems of our governance. Over the past few months, we have been strengthening mechanisms for accountability in our departments and entities. The Premier has officially suspended key officials who are involved in maladministration, misappropriation of funds, and corruption. Within the departments and entities, this separation of wheat from chaff is also ongoing. Those who seek to suggest that consequence management is non-existent in Gauteng are intentionally refusing to acknowledge the giant leaps that we are making in strengthening good governance in this province. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to conclude by stating that for the Gauteng provincial government, good governance, which is characterized by key principles such as transparency, accountability, participation, responsiveness, fairness, and adherence to the rule of law, goes further. It extends to inclusion. We do not, we do not govern through exclusion, where only those with means benefit from development. This is the blueprint of the Democratic Alliance. We have evidenced in Tshwane, in Johannesburg, and even as far afield as Cape Town, that where the DA leads, it governs for the few at the expense of many. The collapse of governance in these areas under the DA was laid bare for the country to see. The administrative capital of our country was brought to its knees under the DA-led government, receiving repeated qualified audit opinions from the Auditor General, accumulating a significant deficit and having municipal debt to Eskom ballooning to over 6.83 billion. Cape Town, the DA's crown jewel of alleged good governance, is often touted as the best-run metro in South Africa. And on paper it is. But while the city performs well in financial governance measures, listen to this, honorable members, data from 2011 to 2022 shows that it was the worst-performing metro in expanding access to basic services like refuse removal, piped water, electricity, and flush toilets for residents in townships and informal settlements. The metrics that are prioritized by the DA are not what a progressive government should center its development agenda. This is why in the Gauteng provincial government, we reject them in favor of economic inclusivity, addressing structural inequalities, and extending service provision to the most underdeveloped regions. This is why in Gauteng, our non-metropolitan areas have recorded the highest employment creation. It is because we govern where it is because we govern where tourists do not go, but where our people live. We do not hide our people in informal settlements that lack the most basic amenities, like it is the case in the Cape Flats. We bring them into the economy where they are visible and active. We fight crime where it affects our poorest residents, not just where it is where it inconveniences tourists. It is easy to govern when your priority is a small section of the population. In Gauteng, where we govern as a progressive government of provincial unity, our priority is to govern for all, with an unapologetic bias towards the most vulnerable and marginalized sections of our populace. We govern where it is hard. We govern where the problems are far more complex and where centuries of separate development have left structural inequalities. We govern where people's most pressing needs are basic necessities rather than luxuries. We govern under difficult circumstances, but govern we do. Data and facts are the evidence. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me now turn into, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me now deal with some few issues. The first issue that I want to deal with, which members of the opposition have been raising, especially the Democratic Alliance. Policing is not a provincial competence. So that's the first important thing. However, the difference between Gauteng government and Western Cape government is that Western Cape government is obsessed with power and control. Instead of fighting crime, they are arguing for devolution of powers. We in Gauteng,
point of order.
We have...
Point of order. Wait.
Can I look for hours?
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Ntate Maile was left with 43 minutes. Was left with 43 minutes, and that time has now moved from 43 minutes to 3 minutes, 43 minutes.
No, it's fine. That's fine. Okay. Honorable Msimanga. Honorable members, I need to explain this so that everyone is on the same page. Honorable Masuku had 4 minutes left. No, it is paused. No, he did not. Appeal. No, just honorable members, order. Okay, Honorable Msimanga, I'm explaining to you what happened. I was watching time here and there was 4 minutes left. There was a request that it be added to his time, and that's exactly what happened. So now you want to refer it to the Rules Committee? That's fine. No, I'm not going to be fighting with cockroaches. So your time is paused. So you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, I'm not going to be fighting
Thank you very
cockroaches.
much, Honorable Speaker. So I was saying the difference is that in Gauteng, despite the fact that this is not our competence, we are not moaning and complaining about it. We are not fighting for power or control. We are investing resources and working with the police. We've got a 10-point plan to fight crime. And the annual report is coming. We will give you the statistics. Since we deployed helicopters, since we deployed cameras, since we deployed more boots on the ground, since we invested more resources and working with the police, you'll get the statistics. So I wanted to make sure that the members understand that point. The second point that I want to raise, which is raised by Honorable Msimang, it's not true that NPOs are closing and money was taken from NPOs. I'm saying to you, and I can challenge you, Honorable Msimang, as MEC of Finance, there was a challenge about how the resources of the NPOs were used because some of them were not reporting. And because they were not reporting and accounting, the money was then reprioritized back to Treasury. But when we came back, and I can refer you to a press conference, joint press conference that we had with the MEC of Social Development, we made a commitment that we are restoring that money. During the adjustment last year, we restored that money. So the problem with the DA is that they thrive on propaganda, on lies. And that's why all of them are saying we are posturing, we are dealing with PR and all that. That's not the point. You know what's the point? We are communicating effectively. And because we are communicating effectively, they've got a problem with it. They want to be the only ones who talks to the public and tells the public lies because they know that what they are saying it's not true. So that's the second point. The third point, Honorable Bloom, it's not true that the Premier did not consider the SIU report. SIU never investigated the HOD of health. It was there were investigations in health. However, the Premier, because we have an agreement with SIU, the Premier asked SIU to do a lifestyle audit on all HODs and all CEOs. It was after the Premier received the report of the SIU on lifestyle audit that he acted. So don't come and mislead the House. It's not true. The other issue which member, and I want to show the lies, member Engelbrecht, you are saying we have cut money. In fact, you are not saying that the gazetted amount is 315 and we are giving one learner 840. You are lying once again. And
Honorable
I can go on to expose your lie and hypocrisy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, I'd like to rise on Rule 77.
Proceed.
It's necessary because Member Malaza and Member Mfika will agree with me. Umfundisi usukunyiswa ngengoma. Siza Mporo, siza Mporo. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Speaker, that's an internal, we'll call that an internal joke, or we'll share with the House one day. But back to serious matter. You know, it's very interesting that when substantial issues are raised become the defense mechanism, become the default position. When you raise substantial matter, issues of apartheid become the defense mechanism that gets to be used. Let's put a few things into perspective. Myself and Member Makubela come from Atteridgeville, a place where you would never have to queue to get water from water tankers. Since he was born, you would never have to wait on queues to go and get water tankers. That is something that is now happening, and it's happening in more townships. It's happening even in suburbs before. This is now the challenge that we're sitting with. When you raise the issues of seriousness of corruption, you are told of racist, you are given racist remarks. This is a problem, Madam Speaker, because we are not dealing with the substantive issues that have been raised here, and the default position become raised. But I'm reminded of one thing that Mahatma Gandhi said. He says, and you are right, Member Chabalal, Mahatma Gandhi says that first they will ignore you, then they will laugh at you, and then they will fight you, and then you win. They can laugh now, they can ignore us, but let me tell you one thing. As we have been saying for a number of years and have been proven right time and time again, you can talk about the issues of ESCOM, we've been proven right. You can talk about the issues of life as a demand, we've been proven right. We've been talking about the issues of rainwater, we have been proven right. And again, we are going to be proven right. We have said these issues of Amapanyaza, that this thing is a challenge and is a problem. You are still denying it, and here we are, 2 billion rand, and you are talking about Madam Speaker, cannot be protected.
Honourable members, Howling is on a, okay. Can you give him an opportunity to respond to the debate, please? Honourable members, Honourable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam. We will again be proven right. As again, we will be looking at the Auditor General's reports that will be coming, looking into the 2 billion rand that has been spent in totality around the issues of Mapanyaza, will be proven that this was not only illegal, but it is also fruitless expenditure that we will now have to then come and deal with in this House here. And this is something that when we put on the table, we are told this is a frivolous motion. Frivolous in what way? Well, you have thousands of young people's lives that have been put in danger. People in Davidton's life has almost been, been eradicated. People in Soweto, who the young men who were inadequately trained had been actually attacked and actually been injured. Panyaza member Lesufi has never said a single word on that particular issue, but actually then continued to lie to the people of Gauteng. Let's take it a step further. Member Makubela makes a statement which is very worrying. We've never put political colors to the people that are suffering, waiting in queues in Kalafong Hospital or in Steve Biko or in Charlotte Maklaike. We are saying these are people that need to get services, irrespective of their political affiliation. You know, hunger and good health and the need for services doesn't require you to carry a political card. It requires you to be a citizen of this country. And we are saying the fact that we are raising this matter here is an issue that should be taken seriously and should be debated at that. Leave the political colors alone, as most of you have now tried to do, to then say we are fighting for this, but we're not fighting for that. But let's put some few facts into perspective. The most people that are not getting the services at this point in time are black people. Let's put it out there. The most people that are not getting the services that you claim that you are providing for are black people. The most black people that are suffering are coming from our townships that still have to then move, to try and get economic opportunities. The most vulnerable are the ones that you've neglected, the NGOs that you claim here that you've never closed. I can take you to a number of NGOs, NGOs that have had to close their doors, had to send women and children back to their perpetrators because of the NGOs could not continue to care for them. And you come here and tell us that that is not true. You can come with me, I'll take you there tomorrow. Not when tomorrow, I'll take you to those NGOs and I'll let you meet with those same people. But let's take it a step further. You come, when we raise important issues, we are told, no, you are Zionist, you are that. Let me tell you, We can care about what is happening in Palestine. We can care about what is happening in Gaza, and we do, and we've been speaking on it. But we're not a member, Ndate Bandile. I want to put something to you. It is important that we address the issue of Babita Deokaran, which you were MEC at that particular point in time. And then you were shielded by Premier Panyaza Lesufi instead of being held to account for that. So those are the issues that we need to be talking to. We need to be talking to the issues of water that is not there. We need to be talking to the issues of infrastructure that is falling apart in this province, that Premier Panyaza Lesufi has failed to address time and time again. But at the same time, we are told that this is a caring government that does the work, and then that is responsive. Let's talk about the responsive of this government. When we raise the issues of governance, and we've written endlessly to the Premier, we've written endlessly to the DG,
Madam
we've
Speaker,
written
on a point of
endlessly
order, Madam
to-
Speaker.
Just hold on, Honorable Msimanga. Please take your seat. Point of order.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not defending anyone. I'm defending a black child. Madam Speaker, Gandhi was a proven racist. And Honorable Msimani in this August House is quoting a racist, proven racist. And when is Honorable Msimani going to quote Malcolm X about house Negroes? Those that representing their masters and enjoy the crumbs and think that today they can be their masters. Muhammad Gandhi uttered sentiments about black people in South Africa. Maybe he lacks historic content about the struggles of our people because he's representing the views of the master which Malcolm X have addressed.
Honorable Koma, the point of order.
We are facing it right now.
The point of order.
Honorable Msimang, Madam Speaker, in this post.
The point of order is?
Yes, the point of order is that Honorable Msimang is quoting a racist, proven racist. Because he's your master. That's what he can guy.
Okay.
And we can't allow that.
Honorable Koma, please.
Our mothers and uncles were killed in Soweto.
Honorable Koma.
By this racist regime.
Honorable Koma, you're now
today
debating.
we must allow Honorable Msimang to quote Gandhi. It's not
Honorable
going to
Koma,
happen in
you're
our
now
lifetime.
debating.
He must withdraw that racist.
Proceed, Honorable Msimang. No. It's not a point of order, sorry. Proceed.
There's nothing to withdraw, and we'll proceed. And this is exactly what I was talking to then say, instead of engaging with the facts and engaging with what is put on the table, you will find people reverting to racial rhetoric as a default position. But we can then let people see through that. You can see the deterioration in terms of...
Your mic.
Speaker,
honorable members,
Speaker, peace.
Thank
you very much.
Honorable Makwala.
Thank you very much.
Is it a point of order?
Yes, but
Okay.
the chief whip of the EFF has raised a point of order, and we await for your ruling or to call the member to withdraw on that order, because the member has been requested to withdraw the quoting of the racist man, Mahatma Gandhi.
So the order was that it's a racist remark. Yes, because I asked him what the order was. Okay, I'll come back and rule on that. I'll consult the table. Honorable. Okay, proceed, Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've heard a number of speakers here also commenting, and from the other political parties, to say what is our agenda and are we in bed with the ANC. with the ANC at a national level and made it very, very clear. We're not here to just be to be voting further for the ANC. This is why we were the first to stand alone and say the VAT is not going to happen under the DA watch. And this is why others were voting for VAT increases, and afterwards it then came to pass that this was not a favorable thing. And this is why today you don't have an increase of VAT because of the Democratic Alliance. This is what we said we'll do in government, and this is what we are doing in government. Let me say something quickly here. While others are busy guarding each other.
Honourable members.
Speaker, my time is getting
Honourable members, please take your seat. I'm going to address it.
We appreciate to be taught by Honorable Msimanga, but you must not lie into this house.
Honourable members.
Madam Speaker, my time
Honourable members, no, you're speaking in terms of Rule 77.
Okay.
Yeah. Honourable members. Okay, Honourable Koma, I'll call you by your names now. Honourable Koma, Honourable Chabalala, stop that debate between yourselves. Honourable members, you're still going to have an opportunity to vote on the matter, which will be the best description of your feelings about this motion. Can we get to that? Allow Honourable Simanga to respond to the debate, and then we'll get to the opportunity that you have in law. Just hold on. No. No, honourable members, no. Honourable Advocate Letsoalo, please take your seat. Please take your seat. I am still addressing the House. I'm addressing the House. I'm addressing the House.
To the motion.
I'm addressing the House. Honourable Msimanga, you can proceed responding to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam
Respond to the debate, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I love Rule 77 because no matter how long they'll be able to howl, I'm protected by the rule and will continue to then state the facts as they are. So let me put a few things also into perspective. The governing party has moved from a 2/3 majority to under 35%. And you would have thought that they would have caught a wake up at that particular point in time. And this is the reason why we supported them. We supported them because we thought that after dropping under 35%, you would wake up and realize that the people of Gauteng were not happy with the line of governance that you have been following.
Honourable Msimang, please take your seat. Honourable Advocate Letsoalo, you're rising on a point of order.
Ordinarily, we are lenient, Madam Speaker, but this is still a grand House. It needs to be respected. The reverence accorded to it needs to be maintained. Don't rush. Don't rush. Allow me.
Honourable Letsoalo, please address the House. Yeah.
Your processing abilities might be a bit delayed. Allow me to deliver this point. The point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, the DA led by Member Msimanga is the one that submitted this motion. He has said all of us. He's now expected to respond to the motion. We're not doing a general debate of, his observations of what is happening globally or in the country. Could we request Member Msimanga to align his thoughts? Just focus on the motion and the responses of the issues raised by members. That's the only appeal.
Okay, Honourable Msimanga. Honourable Msimanga. Okay, I'm going to sit here and keep quiet until you decide to behave, all members. Balotli, le feditse go bolela. Le feditse. Good. Honourable Msimang, please just be reminded, that's not a point of order. I just want to remind you that you are responding to the debate on the motion. If you can stick to the facts. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There were speakers that spoke, and I'm responding to those. And then there's an article that I want to refer the member at the back there. It's called the Thuras article. It talks about somebody who thinks bigger than they actually are. Somebody who's egotistic, who want to then puff themselves like a bullfrog, make themselves bigger than they actually are.
No, you are now deteriorating.
But this is something that I want to then...
Honorable Msimanga.
Okay, I apologize.
That's not the point of the debate,
okay.
you know.
I withdraw that.
Yes, please.
I withdraw that. I withdraw.
Yes.
But
It is withdrawn. He withdrew it.
Here's
It's
the
withdrawn.
thing, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
MK, I withdraw that, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
But the point that I was making is that when we come and debate, we must debate here effectually and not try to belittle others, because it can go both ways. That we can then do. But that is not the order of the day here. What we must also then deal with, Madam Speaker, is this. There is a comparison here by a few members who want to then compare the governance of the Western Cape and the governments of Gauteng. Let me put a few things into perspective. If you go and research in terms of the investment portfolios, property investment portfolios, the Western Cape is able to then attract more property buyers than any other province in South Africa, for a few reasons. One is that there is a proper infrastructure investment plan and it is being rolled out. Second part is that there is better security. Yes, it is lacking, and this is where the issues of national competency come in. So we agree with you, Member Maile, but here's the problem. While we are fighting in the Western Cape for the devolution of power so that we can have police that are employed, that are trained, that are actually then deployed by the provinces, Premier Lesufi sitting there and not saying much about it. And this is why we have Alan Winde fighting that battle solely there. And this is why we are saying we need to then have that devolution of power. But one of the things that you're not mentioning is that all your leaders own properties in the Western Cape. Why are they running to own properties in the Western Cape and not wanting to buy? They must buy. Name them, I can tell you where they have houses. All of them have houses because Ndata Cyril Ramaphosa owns properties there. Ndata Paul Mashatile owns properties there. Ndata Fikile Mbalula owns properties there. So we can go on and on. I can go on and on. But here's the point. The point I'm making is this. Your colleagues, you come here and want to then say the Western Cape is not a properly run government, yet your own leaders, even in their own mouth, they say it. If you don't believe me, go and listen to what President Ramaphosa had to say. You can learn from the DA, and you must be learning from the DA. What did Ndata Gwera Mantashe said? Learn from the DA. But here's the point. We can learn from each other here, and we can belittle each other. The point of the matter is this. We have been saying time and time again, we have voted hoping that Ntate Lesufi would have learned and would have then accepted the fact that we cannot continue in the manner that we have been continuing. But instead of him turning his ways and coming to the table and say, how do we then fix things, have continued to hide things from the people of Gauteng, have continued to mislead the people of Gauteng, and in fact has continued to keep some of the people that should have been taken out of government and actually then played musical chairs. That for me is the point of why we are here today. It is not to say the DA is bitter. The DA cannot be bitter. In fact, we have been proven right. We have been proven right time and time again to say staying out of that government is the best thing that we could have done. By the way, we were not fired. We were not co-opted. Up to the last hour, I kept getting calls to then say, we're expecting you here. And I said, I have it in black and white. I have it in black and white. I can put it to the House in black and white to then say, give us the names and then we'll see how we deal with it. The DA has been proven time and time again to have been on the right side of history and will continue to be on the right side of history, as we have done with Life Esidimeni, as we would have done with Eskom, as we would have done with Rainwater, as we would have done with so many of the issues that have bewitched this province of ours. And we are here to say today, history will judge those that decide to stand on the side of wrongdoers. And that's one thing I want to put, Madam Speaker, as I sit down. There were those within on the opposite side of where we're sitting who were asking for us to do this in privacy because they don't want to be voting that side. And we said, no, we don't want to do this as a secret ballot. We want each and every member to stand up and show which side they are going to be standing on. Because the history must be able to then judge and say, when things fall apart, who was responsible for those things falling apart? And now is the opportunity to do that. I thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, will the member take a question? Will the member take a question?
That guy that rap at you and I saw.
Oh, my brother.
No, thanks. Honorable Msimang, are you aware that in 1994, the population in Gauteng was hovering around 7+ million, and more than 30 years later, it's now hovering just over 16.1 million. And are you in agreement that because the population, and every year in Gauteng you've got more people coming to the province, to be exact about 230,000, that places a huge burden on our infrastructure? Will you agree that Gauteng has to be given more money than all other provinces? Thank you.
No, we can't leave him. We're on TV. We can't leave him.
Okay. Honorable Chifu, thanks.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 177. I agree, Honorable Msimanga, we both are from the same township called Attridgeville. But we seem to be living in two different Attridgevilles. I want to pose a question to you. When did the water tankers arrive in our township? And who was in government at the time that the water tankers arrived? I want you to clarify. I have the facts, but I just want you to verify those facts for me. Thank you.
Is that a question as well?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
So, Speaker, I want to ask Member Msimanga that is he aware that the Western Cape has the highest number of foreign properties owned by foreign owners, but also Western Cape has a gentrification issue where poor black and colored are being brought out by air bins and international buyers, also experiencing the wave of settler colonialism where property land and even breaches are inaccessible to communities but to white Europeans.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to ask the Honourable Member a question. Given that the population in the Western Cape has increased from 3.6 million in 1994 to nearly 8 million today, what can the ANC learn from the DA with regards to service delivery and, and planning as far as infrastructure is concerned?
Order, Speaker. Please, guide. Okay.
Just Speaker, it's a legitimate question.
In terms of
Rule
Rule 81,
if you could please explain, I'm on the floor.
Speaker, in terms of Rule 81, can the member sit down?
Could please explain to the ANC caucus what planning is all about. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mikwe.
No, Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 89.
We also have questions. You ask questions, we also ask questions.
Just hold on, I can't hear you.
Speaker, in terms of Rule 89, I suppose Honourable Msimang was responding to the debate. So Rule 77 is not applicable for this part. Can we move on, please?
Okay.
No one must respond on anything that has been said after he has closed the debate. Thank you.
Okay, let me read that. Just hold on. Wena Chabalala, o se ka nyaka go ntella ke
We're going to respond, Darata. We're going to respond properly.
Honorable members, let me just read this in terms of Rule 77. Ne? Honorable Msimanga is still on the speaking list. He still is on the speaking list. And it says, members other than those referred to in sub-rule 3 may not speak longer than 30 minutes at a time. I'm reading all of it. You'll get to the point. 30 minutes at a time to a question, provided that the time does not exceed the party's allocated time. At the end of each speech, according to the speaking list, any member, including members who have already spoken in the debate, may indicate to the presiding officer that he or she wishes to ask a question or make a remark. So please respond to the questions. Honorable Msimang, I'm also going to ask you that you respond to the questions. Honorable Chabalal, you are suppressed. No. Honorable Msimanga, proceed.
Okay. Thank you very
I'm
much.
suppressing you. You can refer it to the rules committee if you want.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
In terms of rule?
Thank you very much.
In terms of rule?
I think there was a rule that was cited by Honorable Mekwe that Member Msimanga closed the debate. And therefore, Rule 77 does not actually is applicable in this regard. So the debate is closed. Madam Speaker, the debate is closed. Member Msimanga closed the debate and can't respond to anything related to Rule 77. So the debate is closed. Where we are now, it's on the consideration of the vote. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do.
Madam
Honorable
Speaker,
members, no,
don't
please.
allow to be questioned by the CFO.
I'm going to ask you, have you removed from the House?
Answer.
I'm going to have you removed from the House. No, I am going to do it. Honorable members, I just read the provisions of Rule 77, and please do not ask me to read them again. Honorable Msimanga, respond to the 4 questions that were asked to you, and I'm going to plead with you that you respond to the questions only because he's still on the speaking list, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are fundamental questions that have been asked, and the answers are as follows. The ANC likes to brag about being evidence-led. Now, being evidence-led means that you're able to then project as well where your growth is going to be and where the people are going to be flowing to. So yes, since 1994, people have been flocking to Gauteng, and you can actually then project where the people are going to be settling. Therefore, in your planning, you should be saying bulk services should be going this way, houses should be going this way, economic opportunities should be going this way. Do you have that plan? Dololo, you don't have that plan. This is why you have a particular problem of not being able to then deal you are not able to then deal with the challenges of the growing numbers as you're supposed to have been receiving. Gauteng is still receiving. Are you going to stop me, ma'am?
If you keep, if I asked you to respond to the question.
I am responding to the question,
but you, please don't get into a debate. Honorable members, you either allow me to run the House or you can come and sit here, all of you. I'll sit there alone. All of you can come here. I'm asking you, Honorable Msimang, to respond to the question. Do not debate. Respond to the questions.
I am, ma'am. I need to explain that the point I'm making is this. When I'm asked, do I know of the population growth? And do I know that money is needed there? I'm responding to that. So I'm saying you need to be able to then say where is your growth points and where is your plan? Because your plan then talks to the money that you need to be asking for. Because you ask money to then say, this is where my plans are. I need this kind of money so that I'm able to then deal with the population growth that we're dealing with. That is the response to Member Maile there. For you to then just be asking for money because you have numbers that are increasing without substantiating where is the growth plan and where is your projection, that is not something that is going to help you. That's the answer that I wanted to give. So, and member Makubela asked the question, where are the tankers, or where did they start? The tankers started in 2004, in fact. In 2004, the issues of the water tanker started. In Matlajwane, the issues of water tanker started there. You know what started that? Is when people started settling next to the reservoir and started digging there, because then you started having issues of reservoir pressure issues. And we can go beyond that. We can go to Mamelodi, we can go to Soweto, where people have started receiving, less pressure water or no water at all. So if you want answers, I can give you answers. If you thought this was going to be an embarrassment to us, no, it is not. It is an indictment on your government. Ntate Makwela, you're asking about the highest number of foreign investment. You see, there's a law in South Africa, and it's not governed by, it's not a law that is initiated by the DA. It's a law that is, it's an international law, in fact, that anybody can come and invest anywhere and become a citizen on the basis of investment. You can go and invest in the US and become a resident based on investment. You can go to Mauritius or wherever you want to go in the world on the basis of you being able to then invest. You can go and invest. So if you are saying that is something that must change, it's not only limited to the Western Cape, by the way. Go to Sandton and see how many communities are actually then coming from outside of South Africa that are allowed to come here. So if you want to lay that on the DA, I think that is misleading, and that is actually something that is misplaced. You must look at the laws if you want to change that, and don't blame the DA for being able to attract millions and billions of rands that is coming from outside of South Africa into the country. Now, the last issue here that the member was asking, what is the difference? The difference is this, ma'am. Planning, implementation, and holding people to account is what is going to ensure that government is moving in the direction that is supposed to be moving, is what is going to ensure that people are attracted to your province, people are attracted to your town, people are attracted to your suburb. Because if there is planning, there is implementation and holding people to account who are supposed to be delivering services, that's when government works for the people. That's when there's attraction. That's when you get investment. That's when you get a better quality of life. If that is something that the ANC is haven't learned as yet, then I promise you the next 4 years or however is left is still going to continue to be doomsome for the rest of the people of South Africa. And this is something the DA is not prepared to stand and account for. Thank you very much.
Okay, honorable members, this motion was tabled for adoption. So I now put a question on the adoption of the motion. Those in favor say yes. All those that are not in favor say no. No. Honorable members, the noes have it. Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. At this point in time, the Democratic Alliance would like to call for the division of the House, please.
Bring it on. How much? How many minutes? Okay, honorable members, Rule 109, subsection 2 states that there must at least be 4 members who support the demand for a roll call. If there are less than 4 members, the presiding officer declares the vote. Rule 109, subsection 3 says if 4 members support the demand for a roll call, the presiding officer calls for the bells to be rung in terms of Rule 110, subsection 1, for 3 minutes. So where are the 4 members that support? Okay. So the bells will be rung for 3 minutes. Sergeant, yeah. Sergeant in arms.
Gaddafi. You know what Gaddafi said about black people? You know? Yeah? Subhumans that don't deserve to govern anybody or rule anything.
Okay.
We must.
The maze is up, honorable members. Sergeant in arms, can you please close the doors? Sergeant in arms, lock the doors. Lock the doors. Lock. Sergeant in arms. Hola. Hola, como. Kira bang ho le so. Kira bang ho na le disorder bang. Maranto ai na volume.
What's the thing is?
Kenya ko kono pa tsidi ka yona, bitsa tsidi. Sergeant in arms, close the doors, please. Close and lock the doors. In the volume. Oh, there we are. Sergeant in arms, close and lock the doors, please. Honorable members, I have called on the sergeant in arms to lock the doors, and they are duly locked. And the voter. Okay. So I also wish to indicate that in terms of Rule 110, subsection 4, no member may enter or leave the House until the results of the roll call have been announced. I now call on the Secretary to call the roll, and members shall reply yes to the question or no to the question, and the Secretary will then record the response in terms of Rule 115, subsection 1. Secretary.
Thank you, Speaker. A. Lusufi.
No.
N. Nkomora Lehoko. L. E. Makubela.
No.
T. Mutara.
No.
L. I. Maile.
No.
KP Diale Tabela.
No.
PJ Mamabolo.
No.
And M. Ntlakazamana Mela. MMA Mfikwe.
No, no, Speaker.
MD Mklope.
Emapeli Mfikwe, no. Mfikwe, no.
Mklope. MD Klope.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, you said the doors had been closed and no member shall enter or leave while the roll call is taken. No, she wasn't. She was outside. You cannot take the vote from
Speaker, we are
honourable member.
voting. He's nullifying our vote.
Honorable members.
It's not true, Chair. Speaker, there's
Honorable members, just hold on.
Water, drink water. Water, drink water. I was not outside, Madam Speaker. I was behind this. I was behind this pillar. That's
Honorable
inside.
members, the doors are closed.
There is no door here.
And locked. So if you're saying that she was outside, who opened the doors for her? No, don't respond, please. Proceed.
MD Klope.
No.
LH Mikwe.
Kasongo, yo. No.
ME Kumalo.
No.
NF Mazibuku.
Cha.
MK Chilwani,
No.
VRM Ramakgopa,
No.
E Botha,
No.
LJ Evans,
Gladni.
GD Skierman,
No, no, and no.
AC Musai,
No.
V Gentile,
Aye.
Hayi.
Dr. T. C. Chokwe,
No. Awa.
T. Ndlovu,
No.
Dr. B. E. W. Masuku,
Cha.
T. Nkani,
No, Chair.
A. B. Kaba,
No.
M. S. Kosana,
Never.
M. S. Kosana,
No.
B. A. Matlabe,
No.
S. D. Nyati,
No.
L. M. Kwanazi,
No.
N. D. Lebo,
No.
Dr. N. E. Mukherjee,
No.
Advocate B. E. Letswalo,
No.
M. I. Sisiriane,
The capital N.
M. I. Sisiriane,
Never.
D. N. Tabere,
No.
M. K. Mklongo,
No.
N. K. Mhobe,
How can I a big no?
M. T. Kunene,
Ngiyala ngivumi cha.
N. E. Meso,
No.
S. T. Msimanga,
Yes.
M. Moriarty,
Yes.
Dr. J. B. Bloom,
Yes.
P. Makwala, no.
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 It doesn't count.
No. No. No.
Advocate A. W. Alberts,
Yes.
Bishop D. K. Adams,
Abstain.
Bishop D. K. Adams,
Abstain.
B. W. Dlamini,
No.
R. N. Teke, R. N. Teke,
Big yes.
M. Waters,
Yes.
B. Engelbert,
Yes.
A. J. Hooks,
Yes.
M. Sirota,
Yes.
M. S. Goma,
Ya, ke a gana nka se kgone.
Yeah.
R. F. Ngobeni,
No.
J. C. Moody,
No.
E. More,
No.
She said no. She said no.
No.
Ayanda Ali,
No.
N. M. Dayaha,
Yes.
A. Silius,
Yes.
E. P. Duplessis,
Yes.
Y. M. Soon,
Yes.
C. Bosch,
Yes.
M. S. Chabalala,
Yes.
J. M. Maloka,
No.
B. McKenna,
No.
M. Masoleng,
Le gale.
M. Masoleng,
Che.
L. Masilela,
Cha.
F. Ngobeni,
No.
NC Simatla,
No.
K. Hay Poho,
Le maburu nka se kgone, no.
R. Robinson,
Yes.
SJP Dos Santos,
Yes.
ON Madzebatela,
Yes.
MB Hicklin,
Yes.
J. Miller,
Yes.
ZK Rasilingwani,
Yes.
NJ Van Dijk,
Yes.
LJ Dayaha,
Yes.
RL Abrahams,
Mia.
T. Siteka,
No.
FJ Mulder,
Yes.
FJ Mulder, FJ Mulder, FJ Mulder, FJ Mulder,
For the record, he said yes. That's a lie.
Luca.
FJ Mulder,
Maluka.
I repeat,
Honorable
yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Who voted with Maluka? She has voted.
Yeah, the votes will be tallied, honorable members.
Gwede o itse le tlohelle ho bina. Gwede o itse le tlohelle ho bina.
Oh, Yema. 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 I know that with a lot of sitting councillors, but with no councillors. Capacity dololo. all sing well, but capacity don't know.
Chabalala nomsimanga.
All sing well, but capacity don't know.
Yeah, destroy umsima. Atia, destroy umsimanga.
Okay. Okay, honorable members, order, order. Honorable members, there are 18 members in total in this legislature, and this is the outcome of the voting. The yeses are 24. The noes are 54. One member abstained. There's no one who is absent. And there's one member who did not vote, and that is the Speaker. So the numbers tally. 80 all in all participated. The motion is not carried. Leaders of political parties, Chief Whip, members must come and sign. Leaders, just hold on, Deputy Speaker. Yeah, please, members must come and sign. Yeah, you can sing.
I know that we have a lot of singing councillors, but we have no councillors.
I wanted to on the course by 3 o'clock, and I still got to do. I think.
Whoa, Ima.
Why is I included?
Ima. Ima.
Chabalala mnomsimanga. Chabalala man to man.
Okay, honorable members. Huh? Who? Oh, okay, she'll come and sign, yeah. Okay, honorable members, this brings to the meeting to a conclusion. Thank you very much. Have a nice day further. No, you wait for the exit of the speaker. Thank you.
Chabalala nomsimanga. Chabalala man to man. I want to choose that.